Hello all. We'll just give folks a few more minutes to show up. And we'll give people just 1 or 2 more minutes to arrive. All right, I'm getting a few messages here that there's potentially a few people dealing with some slow internet, but I think we've now got enough folks here, and I think it's a good time to kick this off. So I'm gonna pass it to our director, Janine Benner, to get us going today.
All right, well, hi everyone. For those of you I haven't met, my name is Janine Benner, as Rob said, and I'm the director of the Department of Energy. And I'm actually coming to you from my hotel room in Portland, Maine, of all places. I'm at a gathering of the National Association of State Energy Officials, and we are in the great state of Maine, the wrong Portland, the other Portland, for the week, sort of learning about all the stuff that is happening around the country on energy. But I did want to take a few minutes just to join you and mainly to say thank you to this august committee for joining us today. And I want to thank each of you for agreeing to serve on the advisory committee for the new Community Renewable Energy Grant Program. The Oregon Department of Energy is really excited to take on this new program as directed by the legislature last session. We're thrilled to be able to support community-based renewable and resilience projects across the state. But of course, setting up and launching a new program is always a challenge. So we are grateful to you for joining us to help us figure out how to make this program a success. And our objective for this process today and in future meetings is really to work with this committee, with interested stakeholders, the public and tribes, to develop and adopt new rules for this new program. And then once the program is established, once it's up and running, we hope to continue to work with you to spread the word and to make the program a success so that we can support resilience, renewable energy, and environmental justice around the state. Your work on this committee will help make sure that it's a success and will help Odo realize our vision of leading Oregon to a safe, equitable, clean, and sustainable energy future. And I'll just say, from the past few days being here with my counterparts around the country, states, a number of states are dealing with these similar challenges and opportunities that we are in Oregon. Challenges of climate change and energy resilience, of equity, environmental justice. These are actually some of the themes of the conference and have been also topics of side conversations, and really people are thinking about how energy resilience ties to economic resilience and ties to social resilience. So in that vein, again, thank you for being here, and I hope you have a really productive conversation about this new program. I'm going to tune in for a little while longer. But for now, I will turn it over to my colleague Ruchi, who will share a little bit more about the Department of Energy and how we're going to be running and facilitating this meeting. So thanks for the opportunity to at least say hi, and thank you.
Thanks, Janine. Hi, everyone. My name is Ruchi Sudhir. I'm an Associate Director for Strategic Engagement at the Department of Energy. And I often joke I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't show you all this slide, which is basically a revision of our mission and kind of description of what we do based on a strategic planning process that we've been doing over the past few years. We are really thrilled about our new mission. We think that it encompasses the work of the agency and describes it a lot better, which is to help Oregonians make informed decisions and maintain a resilient and affordable energy system. We advance solutions to shape an equitable clean energy transition, protect the environment and public health, and responsibly balance energy needs and impacts for current and future generations. And you see in the what we do statement some kind of buckets of the way in which we make our mission reality, including being a central repository of energy data information and analysis, a venue for problem solving, energy education and technical assistance. We have some regulation and oversight roles at the agency, and then we run energy programs and activities, which is actually this right here. The legislature defined a new program, the Community Renewable Energy Grant Program, and that is contained in that last bullet. And it very much, we all think, will help us with our mission, in particular to help advance solutions to shape an equitable clean energy transition. So this work is very much tied to our mission and the work of the agency, and we're really, again, happy to see you all here. Next slide, please. Just a quick note on some logistics. We are recording the meeting and it will be posted online for reference. We want to make it available to more Oregonians who may not be able to have made this meeting. There's a chat function at the right, and I'll show you a screenshot of where to find that in a moment. We'll be using that to help with the conversation in this remote world that we all live in. So, use the chat for questions and comments. There's also a raise hand function that we'll be using to help see where there's interest in asking a question or making a comment. And then we will be later working with you to determine a next meeting date. So just stay tuned for the end for that. And then finally, we have set aside some time for public comment towards the end. Next slide, please. So this is, some screenshots. If you haven't used WebEx before or haven't used it for a while, we thought it would be helpful to give you a bit of orientation of functionality for this meeting platform. We know there's a lot out there, Teams, Zoom, GoToMeeting, but here we're using WebEx for this meeting. And a few things to highlight on this screen, which is the raise hand function. So unfortunately, this is actually, I apologize, this is a slightly different vision. So you won't see the smiley face at the bottom, which is one way some WebEx versions can work, but this one isn't. Instead, I'll direct you to where it says the second raise hand option. That's the way in which to raise your hand. So if you go to the participants on the right side and you find your name and you at the very bottom of the list, there's a small little hand. Unfortunately, it's very small, so you'll have to look for it at the very bottom. And it's if you hover over it, it'll say raise hand. And if you click on it, our team will be able to see in that participants list a little gray hand appear next to your name. If you want to lower your hand, you click on that again and it'll lower your hand. And so we have a group of people on the line from Odo who will be watching for that and will help to make sure that you have a chance to raise your hand, be seen, and ask a question or make a comment. And then the other thing I'll note is next to or under the participants list is a chat function. So you at the very bottom, you see like in blue participants and chat. So the participants list again is where you find the raise hand function, and chat, if you click on that, is where you should be able to type a message, and I'll do that right now. Say hello to everyone in the chat. Next slide, please. So this one here is just a little background on where you'll find your audio and webcam settings. If you're having any audio or video problems, this is a slide that we can help to troubleshoot for you. So nothing to necessarily do at this moment, but in case you need that background or orientation, this is here for you. Next slide, please. And then finally, just a note on how we'll be using that functionality. You'll notice that there's a sort of panelists and participants piece to this. Panelists have the ability to sort of unmute or mute themselves. Their video is showing, and basically that's all of the advisory committee members and Odo staff running the meeting. But we also have a number of participants, attendees of the meeting. Like I mentioned, there's some time reserved at the end of the agenda for public comment. But those of you who are on the line to listen in and ask questions, you can also send your questions or comments through the chat, and we'll be monitoring that as well. And we'll try to answer them along the way. And if it makes sense to sort of bring you up to ask the question directly, we're open to that as well. But we do have that dedicated time at the end. And then I just wanted to list out a few community agreements. A bunch of us at Odo went to a diversity, equity, and inclusion conference a few weeks ago, and they used community agreements really well. And we are trying to carry that forward in our work. And really the purpose here is to sort of foster inclusive and respectful meetings, and just knowing in this virtual environment, sometimes it's hard to do that. And so we're really just eager to have everyone present and ready to learn and be respectful to others, and just acknowledging that sometimes learning happens outside of our comfort zones. You don't have to know everything at this meeting. We're here to help kind of build understanding, and that we're here to listen and not necessarily respond immediately, but think about your comments and each other's, and just generally thank you for being flexible and patient around any technology needs or challenges that may arise. And if you need something, please ask for it. Our colleague Linda Ross is in the chat, and she can help with some of the technical issues that may arise, but maybe they won't at all if we're lucky. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to pass it to my colleague Rob for an overview of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Ruchi. And for those of you who don't already know me, I see some familiar faces, but some that I'm just meeting now. So I'm Rob Delmar. I'm a senior policy analyst with Oregon Department of Energy, and I am responsible for helping to get this program on its feet until we hire the new staff that are going to take it over to run the program next year. So my job has been to just help facilitate the process internally. And thank you all again for being here and for agreeing to help us out with this process. Here's our agenda. And I also noticed that often it appears that I'm kind of staring off into space on this format. I've got 3 different monitors going, and so I'm looking here and there, but I promise I'm paying attention. So starting off with welcomes, objectives, and logistics, and we can check one off. That one's done. Next, we're going to go to introductions, and we're just going to do a roundtable with all of our members that are present and get to know each other a little bit. Following that, we will do an orientation where we go through the bill and highlight the key parts of the bill that make up this program, but also some of the other parts of the bill that are keeping Odo busy with some studies and things like that. So we'll give a good overview of House Bill 2021, which created this program. Then we will talk a little bit about the advisory committee and how we're going to operate, try to kind of get at a charter for our group, and hopefully together we can all arrive at a good understanding of just how this group can advise Oregon Department of Energy, both in the development of the program and in implementing the program as we look for projects over the next 4 years to fund. Then we get a much earned break. And following the break, we will discuss the key questions that we shared with you last Friday via email. And we will have basically a slide for each question. And following the discussion of the questions, we will just have a quick pass at next steps and talk about the next meeting, which we hope to have sometime in the middle of November. Finally, from 4:30 to 5, we will have the platform open for public comment, but assuming we get through everything else on the agenda, we won't actually be having advisory committee content at that point. So you all are welcome to depart at that time, and we can handle the public comment. Obviously, if you would like to stay, you're more than welcome to do that. So for our objectives, really what we're looking at here is just exactly what is it that Odo has to do to make this new program that came from the legislature last session successful. And the advisory committee is a big part of that. So thank you for agreeing to serve. I know this is a long meeting and we're going to have some more. So, but our objective is to work with you, the advisory committee, other interested stakeholders, tribes, public, to develop and adopt rules for the new Community Renewable Energy Grant Program. And once we have the rules established, that's really just the starting point. And from there, we need to administer the program for 4 years to accomplish the program goals. The bill does a pretty good job of describing those goals, and we'll see those in a minute. But really, it's about providing grants to encourage community renewable energy and energy resilience projects, both planning and construction of these projects. We really want to get the program to all the far corners of the state and make sure that we are reaching out to the environmental justice communities and doing a good job of meeting the intent of that bill. So that's our objective. And I think with that said, if there's no immediate questions, I'd like to just kick into the introductions and roundtable. And so I'm gonna pull up this list, and this is a list of our advisory committee. Right now it's in the order in which it appears in House Bill 2021 for their prescription for how we put this committee together. So I think we will just go down this list. And so the only person who's really on the hook here is Quinn, and everyone else will get a little preview for when their time is going to come. And we just want an introduction, a little bit about your, what you're up to. And we have a prompting question down at the bottom, which is to describe a project that you imagine being funded by the Community Renewable Energy Program. And so with that said, I'm going to just go down this list, and in some cases we may hit names of folks who are not able to attend today. I see it's a pretty long list, so if I call out a name of someone who's not here, we'll just we'll just move on to the next. So with that said, Quinn Reed, if you're on, please take the mic and introduce yourself.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Quinn Reed, and as it says on the list here, I am currently a member of the Governor's Environmental Justice Task Force. I'm also the Oregon Policy Director for the Center for Biological Diversity. I live in Portland with my family, and we are against all common sense looking for a house in Portland right now. So I suppose something that's front of mind for me with this program would be projects to help homeowners, particularly low-income homeowners, access programs, funds to participate in a renewable energy economy.
Great, thank you, Quinn.
Yeah.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah.
Mark Brady.
Yeah, hi, Mark Brady. I'm with Business Oregon, which for those who don't know, we're the state economic development agency, and I'm part of our innovation and entrepreneurship team. I'm on the innovation side of that team. There's about 6 of us in total. My work focuses a lot on what we call the Oregon Innovation Council that guides us in making targeted investments in supporting early stage businesses and innovations in Oregon. And I also do some work with Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center and a couple of other projects. And I do live in Portland as well. I guess the project, catching me off guard here, obviously, as all of us, but I guess I would look at rural energy projects and say like a digester or maybe a biomass type project would be kind of the first things that came to mind when I read that prompt.
Great. Yeah, that would be really nice if we see some digester and biomass type projects in this program, and really hope that we're able to reach out into the communities and stir up projects like that. Before we move on to Keisha, I just want to make one note that the first 2 on this list, and I'm talking about the left half of this list where it references the Environmental Justice Task Force and Business Oregon. Both of these entities are referenced separately in the bill as collaborators for developing the program. And so we see your participation in this committee and advising us in this process as meeting part of that intent in the bill of reaching out to your agencies for support. So we're really excited to have Quinn and Mark not only as our advisory committee members, but also as liaisons to Business Oregon and the Environmental Justice Task Force to get that broader input into the program. So with that, I think we'll move to Keisha with PGE.
Hey everyone, Keisha Light. As noted, I'm the representative for electric companies working at Portland General Electric, and spend most of my time with PGE working on new customer solutions. But I've also done work on renewable energy projects. And I'd say for me, when I think about PGE and what we'd like to see with our communities, a project that is, any projects that are available to our municipalities or cities that provide that resiliency that's necessary in EJ communities within the cities, especially that when you think about wastewater treatment facilities and those critical infrastructure buildings. I think kind of flying off the cuff, and as was mentioned by Mark, definitely rural areas that providing that resiliency there. But I'd say close to home right now is facilities that providing that resiliency for some of the critical infrastructure within our cities and counties.
Great. Yeah, that's a really good point, bringing up these facilities that handle water either on the supply side or on the wastewater treatment side, that we have these very critical facilities that are also often very high users of electricity. So really prime targets for resilience projects within communities. And we've already seen some successful projects in Oregon along those lines, and I hope we see a lot more. So thank you for that introduction, and we will move on to Gail Malcolm with Central Lincoln.
Hi, I'm Gail Malcolm. I'm a senior project manager here at Central Lincoln. We're a relatively small utility on the Central Oregon coast. And I guess when I think about projects in general, I'm thinking about maybe projects that smaller utilities or like you guys said, rural communities could do for resiliency in terms of, out here on the Oregon coast, we have the earthquake issue, we have the tsunami issue, we have too much wind or too little wind for turbines. It's difficult to find an alternative energy source. All of our energy comes from BPA along lines that we all share out here to the coast. And so I don't have a particular project in mind, but something that's doable administratively, I guess, for smaller utilities would be something that I have in mind.
Great. Yeah, we're really happy to have some representatives along the coastal communities with us today, and we recognize that the coast is kind of unique in that it has yet one additional natural disaster on top of all of the other ones that could potentially happen in Oregon with tsunamis. And so we recognize coastal communities as being very strategic partners in this program. And with that said, I think it's a good time to introduce Shannon Souza with Soul Coast. Shannon?
Hi, I'm Shannon. I'm talking to you from another one of those coastal communities. Let's see, I've got 4 hats I'm wearing today. Since 2003, I've had a solar contracting and consulting business, so both doing the assessment and feasibility and the contracting down here. I'm the executive director for a new nonprofit, Oregon Coast Energy Alliance Network, that's specifically focusing on clean, secure energy for coastal communities. I'm the policy director for Pacific Ocean Energy Trust. So speaking of turbines, those would be the floating offshore wind turbines. And I'm the policy chair as a volunteer for Oregon's Solar and Storage Industry Association. In terms of, I have a lot of projects in mind, but one that's really interesting to me right now is looking at the Coquille Valley Hospital, which is interesting because it's out of the tsunami zone. It may still be standing after a 9.0. It's definitely rural, definitely hits the low income. And I'm really interested in how far along electrolysis and fuel cell technology has come and what's already being deployed over in Europe successfully. So I'm thinking about that, the project design and feasibility funds, and I'm hoping that somewhere in the suite, we have the opportunity as a state to look at some of this newly emerging technology for its applicability. And then of course, for the contracted funds, we have a whole suite of tribal centers and hospitals and water treatment systems that would love to see some straight up traditional solar and storage, or maybe some fuel cells there as well. Thanks, Rob.
All right, thanks, Shannon. It's great to have you on this team, and seems like you are often on teams. So we're really happy that you took your busy schedule and made us part of it, because I know you wear a lot of hats and you lend a lot of support to a lot of different groups. So thank you for joining us. Moving on, for our representative from a federally recognized Oregon tribe, Danny Martinez, and I don't actually see Danny's name on the list, but Danny, are you with us? All right, it may be that we get Danny later in the meeting, and if that happens, we can get him to share his ideas at that time. And so we'll ping him and see if we can get Danny to join us. I know it's busy times for a lot of us. So moving on, the bill asks us to have 3 representatives of local government representing counties, cities, and special districts. And I know that Phil Chang, Deschutes County Commissioner, was going to be traveling for the first part of this meeting and perhaps calling in. I don't know if Phil is able to join us with an audio right now or not, but Phil, are you with us? All right, well, I do think we will have an opportunity to speak with Commissioner Chang later in the meeting. I know that he let me know that he was going to be on the road for the first part of the meeting. So next on the list is Alan Johnston with City of Gresham. Is Alan with us? I see Alan on the list.
Hey, Rob, this is Alan. Can you hear me?
It's a little choppy, but we can hear you.
So I'm warning you that our internet at the city, and of course, 15 minutes before this. So I'm trying to do it from my phone. It's a horrible stuff reception from the lack of video, and you probably can't hear good. But my name is Alan Johnston, and I manage the wastewater treatment plant program for the city. I've been involved in 20 years of renewable energy projects, including our most recent net zero waste treatment plant. We use more power than we are using biogas energy generation. So I'm hoping I can have insight on the committee.
All right. That was a bit choppy, Alan. I think we got just enough to get the message. And yeah, the Gresham wastewater treatment plant has been a nice model of renewable energy for many, many years. And I'm glad to see that that has continued to develop. So thank you, Alan. And moving on, Les Perkins. And I know Les wears, again, several hats, but under this category, because we have Commissioner Phil Chang with Deschutes County, Les comes to us as a representative of Farmers Irrigation District. So Les?
Hi, so Les Perkins, I manage Farmers Irrigation District. We have 2 Low Impact Hydro Institute certified powerhouses, produce about between 20 and 25 million kilowatt hours annually. I am also a Hood-River County Commissioner, have been for 20 years, focusing mostly on energy, water, and forestry issues. Chair the Community Renewable Energy Association, and I'm a member of our local Energy Council. So in thinking about what kind of projects I'd love to see funded, we've done a lot of work in our community in looking at resilience and critical infrastructure, and really starting to zero in on development of microgrids and distributed generation. So I would love to see some of the smaller projects that are marginal and difficult to finance that are distributed throughout our community. We've got some micro hydro potential, some small scale solar, potentially biomass. There's a number of different options, but to see some of these types of projects funded, particularly in rural communities.
Great. Thank you, Les. Moving on to our representatives from non-governmental organizations that represent communities of low income or disadvantaged households. We will start with Alessandra De La Torre from Rogue Climate.
Hi, thank you, Rob. So again, my name is Alessandra De La Torre. I am calling from so-called Ashland on unceded Cow Creek, Umpqua, Tacoma, and Modoc lands, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm the energy justice organizer for Rogue Climate, which is a small environmental justice organization that serves communities in the South Coast and also in Southern Oregon. And I actually got to work on the statewide campaign that was able to pass HB 2021 and have us all here to implement it with that equity lens that it was created with. And I'm also just really excited more on the resiliency side for some resilience hubs that could really serve community members to remain connected during emergencies and beyond. And I'm also thinking about community-owned solar projects. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alessandra. And thanks also for the work you did to get this program up and running. I know that House Bill 2021 was a heavy lift and it had a lot of support from a lot of different folks. And I think it's really gonna, creates a lot of great opportunity to do some good where we haven't been able to do good in the past. So we're really, really happy that this bill came along and that we have this opportunity. Moving on, we have Nick Johnson with LCRI, Lake County Renewables Resources Initiative. I think that's a typo, but Nick, are you with us today? Can't recall if Nick was able to make this time slot or not, but for folks that we are expecting that are not with us, we are working to send little reminders out, so we may get Nick to join us before we're through today. So we can move on to Ariana Magnera and with Verde, and I think that a lot of us know Ariana, and I will pass it on.
Hey all, my name is Oriana Manera. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Energy, Climate, and Transportation Manager at Verde. Also was involved in the Oregon Clean Energy Opportunity Campaign with Alessandra. Grateful to be here and to talk about this opportunity in particular because my organization is not just concerned with where community-based projects are located or who benefits, but really what the ownership structure is. We're really interested in seeing more cooperatively owned projects that can provide wealth building opportunities for communities in addition to the resilience benefits of community-based or small-scale renewable energy, the potential bill saving benefits of something like community solar, but really figure out how to center community in the development of community-based renewable energy in a meaningful way.
Great, thank you, Ariana. Yeah, I think among other things, this program does give us an opportunity to look at hopefully some creative new ownership structures. I know the bill leaves the door open for a variety of partnerships for ownership, and I think that with some with a bit of work, we can hopefully see some projects that really bring not only energy and resilience benefits to communities, but also financial benefits. So yeah, that's a really great point. I'm glad we have that in our discussion. So finally, for the last category, representatives from relevant state and federal emergency management or response agencies. And I will start with Mike Harriman, State Resilience Officer.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Mike Harriman, the State Resilience Officer out of Governor Brown's office. And thanks for inviting me to be part of this opportunity. I'm the caretaker of the Oregon Resiliency Plan that was introduced in 2011 for, long-term 50-year mitigation to prepare the state for a cascade of subduction zone earthquake. And since been appointed by the governor and confirmed by the state Senate in May of 2016, just really stretching my wings around all hazard type stuff. And so we've seen over the last 20 months of the difference from COVID to wildfires, to ice storms, to flooding, the heat waves. We have numerous single point of failures when it comes to energy. So I'd like to make sure we see some opportunities around our infrastructure. I'll just name a few: communications, public safety, hospitals, and water and wastewater facilities, where we could have more than 1, 2, or 3 power sources that could produce a stable platform for those folks so that the burden of trying to move fuel into these critical infrastructures will be hampered because the road system will be pretty well severely damaged. I'd like to, just as a project, I'd like to see, we have 11 hospitals along the coast. I think you heard earlier. Most of them under their CMS rules are required to have 96 hours of backup power. And it's usually diesel generator. It would be nice to see something where they could have solar and battery power so they don't put the burden on the state agencies, namely ODO, to deliver diesel fuel, on that 4th or 5th day, if that hospital is still operational after an earthquake and a tsunami. That's just one example. But we have a lot of special districts. I'd like to see them, the utilities, irrigation districts and things like that have the opportunity to maintain some things so they're not necessarily have to be supported by the big IOUs when there's a bad day in the state. So thank you. Thanks for inviting me. I look forward to working with everybody.
All right, thank you, Mike, and really glad to have you on the team and to bring that perspective to the group. I think is really helpful. And yeah, moving on, Brandy Martin, Office of Cybersecurity. And is Brandy with us? Yeah, she is. So Brandy.
Brandy, you're muted.
Apologies. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
It's only been, 16, 18 months of this? Should know by now. I'm Brandy Martin. I am the state, local, tribal, territorial program manager at CSER. So it's cybersecurity, energy security, and emergency response at DOE. Looks like I'm the federal person on the advisory committee. I very much appreciate Oregon including me in this. I think the legislation in this bill is a step in the right direction, very exciting. It's a conversation we're having with the White House at the moment, with the new administration, with DOE across the board, looking at questions around energy equity. I appreciate a lot of the comments earlier about community ownership. So we talked about energy democracy. How are we making sure we're including conversations and having ownership at the disadvantaged community level? We're also very much focused on our side on risk. So looking at energy security, a lot of the comments around infrastructure. How are we? It's not always necessarily the flashiest or the most fun projects, but how are we making sure existing infrastructure is either hardened or raised against flooding, taking those measures we need to keep the lights on and the fuel moving. So as far as a renewable project, I'd love to see, microgrid or Mike mentioned storage, the idea of you have those benefits during steady state blue sky days, but also have that backup during events. And then, of the existing infrastructure, anything else that can help weatherize or strengthen against those ice storms and those wildfires and everything else we're going to see as climate change is continuing to impact us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brandy. And finally, our last representative, Stan Thomas, Oregon Office of Emergency Management.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate on this, what I see as a very, very important committee. I work for the Oregon Office of Emergency Management, soon to become the Oregon Department of Emergency Management on July 1, 2022, thanks to assistance from the legislature and the governor's office last year in the last session. I'm the deputy director for the mitigation and recovery section of Oregon Emergency Management. Really what that is our team here liaisons with FEMA after catastrophic events or disasters to build communities back. We also manage the hazard mitigation program, which is there's a certain percentage of funds that come to the state to help reduce hazards throughout Oregon after disasters. So part of my involvement and wanting to be part of this committee is, as far as projects, from what I look at, the catastrophic wildfires of 2020 are a good example where we are rebuilding several communities. And how do we build back better? how do we build in resiliency, and how can we build in renewable energy when we've lost all of our infrastructure, and be able to come back a little bit smarter, a little bit more efficient. And the other thing too with our hazard mitigation program is there opportunities for us to partner and force multiply the work that's being done out of ODOE, along with our hazard mitigation funds for renewable energy where that might be applicable. So very excited to be part of this. I heard a lot of resiliency. I heard a lot of renewable energy for emergency management throughout the comments here today. And I look forward to being a part of this and doing whatever we can at OEM to help this move forward in a positive fashion. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, again, thank you all for being with us and agreeing to support this effort. I'm trying to keep an eye on the list, and I don't think I've seen Danny, Commissioner Chang, or Nick enter our list of folks today. So I think we will move on, but you know, getting this group of people together and seating this advisory committee was our first really heavy lift for this program. And luckily I work with some people who are quite well connected and had some help reaching out across the state to get folks. And, you know, this is one of those things where, you know, you hear the saying, don't stop until you're proud. And I think that what we got with this committee makes us all proud. We've got a really robust group of people here, and I'm really excited to work with all of you to get this program up and running. So thank you for joining us. And with those introductions complete, I think we will move on to our kind of orientation part of the program. And this is going to include a little overview of House Bill 2021. And I think there's plenty of folks on this meeting that probably know a lot more about it than I do, who helped to get it passed. But I just want to talk through some of the big picture on the bill to get us all in the right kind of mode for putting this program together and starting to talk about the actual rules and policies that will run the program. So with that said,
hey Rob, I just wanted to mention that I put in the chat a link to the PDF of this PowerPoint that's posted on our website in case people wanted to sort of follow along or use it as a reference. I also just wanted to pause and say that if you had a question, you're welcome to use the chat or the raise hand function. Again, I know we're going through at a quick clip, so if something is popping into your mind, please do use that. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Ruchi. Yeah, it's nice to have a team of staff helping to get through these online meetings because there's a lot of moving parts, and it's easy to kind of get drawn off into the screen when you're the one doing most of the talking. So thank you, Ruchi, for sharing that. And yeah, so these slides will be they are available on the website, and we hope that they're a resource, and feel free to open it up and jump ahead if you want to see what's coming. So but House Bill 2021, it did a lot of things. Established 100% clean energy targets, and these are going to be handled primarily by the PUC and DEQ. Natural gas plant restrictions. In this case, the Oregon Department of Energy staff are working with the Energy Facility Siting Council, tackling some of those. The Community Renewable Energy Grant Program, and that's why we're all here today. Also has some studies. One of those is a study on small-scale renewable energy development. And this is a piece of Oregon policy that's been active for quite a few years, and we're going to try to figure out a little more of what it means to be a small-scale renewable energy project, and some of the challenges facing those types of projects. Green energy tariffs. This is a PUC activity. Contractor labor standards. ODO is working with an online portal to develop an online portal. And finally, within the RPS, the community-based renewable energy target changed from 8% to 10%. And this was the share of projects that are below 20 megawatts in size, if it's not a biomass cogen project, that are deemed community-based renewables. And so that target went from 8% to 10%. And the PUC is conducting a rulemaking to help provide some clarification in that program. The studies that came to us from this session, again, the small scale renewable energy study. There's also a study for what it would look like to establish an RTO, or Regional Transmission Organization, in the Northwest. And that study is ongoing. Some of you may have been attending the meetings that Adam Schultz has been having for the Regional Transmission Organization study. Up and coming is a study on floating offshore wind. And I think that we'll probably see Shannon helping us out on that one too. I'm not sure if that process is going to have a committee and if it's been formed yet, but we're going to look at offshore wind, and finally a study on renewable hydrogen. And so if you're interested in following any of these studies or taking part in supporting Oregon Department of Energy and in implementing these studies, there's an option to get involved with these projects on the Oregon Department of Energy website. And now going into the sections of the bill that actually establish this grant program. It's at the end of the bill, starting with section 29, and we are grateful to have a bill that gives us a clear kind of purpose, which has not always been a part of every incentive program in Oregon. So the bill states that the purpose of the bill is to offset costs of planning and developing community renewable energy projects, support projects in traditionally underserved communities, promote small-scale community renewable energy projects, and provide direct benefits to communities across Oregon by improving energy resilience, creating local jobs, promoting economic development, and offsetting local energy costs. And so that is the stated purpose of this program as it reads in the bill. And I think it does a pretty good job of laying out what's trying to be done here. And so with that in mind, they reinforce it in a few ways. One way that they kind of reinforce that is to have specific budget carve-outs. And there are two budget carve-outs referenced in the bill. And the first is that 50% or more of grants are to be awarded for planning or developing community renewable energy projects that qualify as energy resilience projects. So there's a focus to spend at least, or to issue grants, at least half the grants going for projects that enhance energy resilience. And in the introductions, we talked almost exclusively about energy resilience projects, but this bill is actually describes a program that can fund just a straight renewable energy project that maybe doesn't have specific energy resilience components. And so those projects are also welcome to participate in the program, but 50% or more of the grants are to be awarded to those projects that do have that resilience component. And then the other carve out is that 50% or more of the funds are going to be for grants to be awarded for planning or developing community renewable energy projects that primarily serve one or more qualifying communities. And this term qualifying communities is used in the section of the bill that describes our program, but it points back to a definition in the opening definitions of the bill back in section 1. And so qualifying communities are environmental justice communities, and that's defined again in the opening section of the bill. It includes communities of color, communities experiencing lower incomes, tribal communities, rural communities, coastal communities, communities with limited infrastructure, and communities traditionally underrepresented in public processes and adversely harmed by environmental and health hazards, including seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. And so this is a pretty broad and open definition here. And you'll see when we start looking at the questions that we're really hoping that we can work with all of you to help us be able to recognize projects that are coming into the program as meeting these environmental justice community goals, and being able to ensure that the funds go to the right communities in Oregon. So it's one of the parts of the bill that I think if you did see those questions we sent out on Friday, that we're looking for some guidance on. Another thing that makes this program kind of unique is that for the first time with Oregon Department of Energy, at least, we have a program that is only eligible for public bodies. That is, these public bodies and consumer-owned utilities are the only eligible applicants for the program. So that includes tribes, counties, municipalities, special government bodies such as special districts, and consumer-owned utilities. The pictures on the slide here are from the Grid Edge demonstration project that was completed by eWeb. And this was a few years ago now, but for those of you who aren't familiar with this project, and I think many, if not all of you probably are, but this is a project where they have 50 kilowatts of solar on the roof of a school, and that solar is used to charge some on-site storage, and that on-site storage can be used to turn that school into an emergency shelter, and also to operate a municipal potable water pump. And so this is a project that has a lot of the moving parts that we like to see in a resilience project, where we see energy teamed up with some other piece of critical infrastructure, in this case, shelter and drinking water. And it is done at this kind of community level. eWeb maybe has some operational advantages in that they have water and energy under one roof. And so they're able to coordinate kind of seamlessly between those two sectors. But it's really an exemplary project. It's a project that taught us all that these are pretty complicated projects at times, and that they can be costly and challenging from an engineering standpoint, but when they're completed, they really do bring a lot of extra value to communities. This is how we kind of envision the grant process taking place within the department. And we have two simple flow diagrams here that describe the construction grants and the planning grants that are likely to apply for this program. And it all starts with an opportunity announcement. And we'll look a little closer at those in the next slide. That will lead us to applications from tribes and municipalities and communities across Oregon. That application will then undergo an eligibility review within Oregon Department of Energy to ensure, one, that it's a complete application, and two, that the applicant is eligible under the guidelines in the bill. At that point, all of those projects that are complete and eligible will move on to a competitive review. And in a scenario where we have more projects than we have funds for, that competitive review will be in place to ensure that the best projects are getting the money. And this is where we're going to look at kind of the priorities for how these projects get scored in that competitive review. And again, that's something we look at pretty closely in the questions later in the meeting. Those projects that are selected by competitive review will be enter into a performance agreement with Oregon Department of Energy. And that performance agreement will enable them to start the project. And everything that's in this sort of dotted line is the construction phase of a project. When that project gets completed, ODO will conduct a final review and an on-site inspection. And upon the completion, successful completion of those reviews, we'll issue a grant payment. The planning grants are a little simpler, and the process is very similar, but the nature of planning grants is that they won't need an on-site inspection. And so that's the only piece that is different from a schematic perspective. We also anticipate that these planning grants will take less time to complete than some of the more complicated construction grants. And the bill reflects that by giving construction projects 3 years and planning projects 1 year to complete, with the ability for ODO to establish in rules some reasonable extensions for those. The bill describes 4 different opportunity announcements, and 2 of the opportunity announcements will be for planning grants, and those are further divided between those that are for energy resilience projects and those that are for renewable energy only. So those will be separate opportunity announcements. The maximum grant for planning projects is $100,000, and the maximum percentage of cost for a planning grant is up to 100% of the project cost for the community. We will also be issuing 2 opportunity announcements related to construction projects. Again, these are divided between energy resilience projects and renewable energy only projects. For these grants, the maximum award will be $1 million. And for the energy resilience projects, we are again able to fund up to 100% of project cost. For the renewable energy only projects, we're able to fund up to 50% of project costs. And so that's what the opportunity announcements are going to look like, and the maximum awards and percentage of cost that can be covered according to the bill. These grants will be awarded on a competitive basis. That was that competitive review square in the flow diagram. And they will include performance agreements, and these performance agreements will include all of those sort of plans in the application phase that are declared by the community applying for the grant, to ensure that when the project is completed, that we've met all of the objectives that were laid out in that project application. The timeline for the program: we started some internal work implementing this program in the summer, and moving into the fall, establish advisory committee. That's a big check to have completed that one. Now we're into this phase of sort of program design, and moving into September, October, November. That's when we're really focusing on program rules. And really the early stage of that was getting this committee on board. And this is our first of the rulemaking meetings. And so we hope to have draft rules put together this fall. And with your help, we want to get those rules put together before the end of the year, so that we can follow all of the required public comment periods for rulemaking and have those rules in place for the launch of the program which we anticipate to be March of 2022. And that's when we want to issue the opportunity announcements. So it may not look that fast for some, but for building a whole new program, writing rules, and getting a fair number of new staff brought on board at Oregon Department of Energy, this is actually a very aggressive timeline. So this is what we are striving to do, was just to get those opportunity announcements out in March. Moving on, this will be a kind of an orientation for the roles of this committee. And again, this is a work in progress, and we hope to get input from all of you for how this advisory committee operates throughout the run of this program. So this is just a kind of a closer look at how the advisory committee fits into that timeline that we just looked at. And here we are in October, and really through February, we're going to be doing this rulemaking, and you will serve as a Rules Advisory Committee, or a RAC, which is a common term for Oregon rulemaking committees. So we're hoping to get your input and feedback to adopt some rules. We're hoping you all share ideas and advice for definitions and methodology, so that we can get these program rules put together to really honor the intent of the bill. We're really going to get into, when we write the rules, this is where we codify all of the details for the program. And so we are looking for really the detailed level of program design in the rules. And so we're hoping that we get really good feedback in this meeting and the next meeting. And I think there I will pause for a moment, because I believe that Nick has joined us. I was just prompted. Let me see. I don't actually, my list may not show him, but Nick, have you joined us?
Yeah, I think that he might be an attendee, and Linda might be, or Sheila might be making sure he's promoted so he can unmute himself and just introduce himself.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of Lake County Resources Initiative, a small nonprofit in Lakeview, Oregon.
All right, and one of the things that we talked about in the introductions, Nick, was to ask the question, do you have any projects that you may visualize applying for this grant program? So any community scale renewable energy or energy resilience projects? Do you see anything in Lake County that we may see come to this program?
Yeah, I think there are a handful of projects that we've kind of had in the pipeline for a while now that would fit well with this program. I think it's very applicable to Lake County specifically, as well as other parts of rural Oregon as well. So I think it's a great opportunity, and certainly excited to participate in this process. So thank you.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us. We're really happy to have Lake County Resources Initiative join us, because Lake County is kind of always swung for the fences when it comes to renewable energy, and it's uniquely blessed with renewable energy resources and kind of the will to get a lot of these projects going. So we look forward to more great things out of Lake County. So thank you for that introduction, and I will think that's it for our next round of introductions here. So I will move on.
I noticed a couple people, Rob, came off on camera and mute, and I was wondering if anybody had thoughts they wanted to share on that roundtable question prompt. It's okay if you don't, but wanted to check and see that. Pause for a moment. One thing we're all getting used to is awkward silence. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, I know some of these are thinking questions. Is the current website, or is there thought of creating some type of collaboration portal where if we come up with ideas, or if we want to look at how maybe some other states or other, nonprofits applied similar programs or any, case studies that we could share with the group?
That's a great idea. That's something maybe Rob and I can take back and see what we can do with that. That's a great idea, though.
Yeah, that is a good idea. And it seems like something that should be possible in today's age of online collaboration. So that's a really great idea.
And Rob, I also noticed in the chat that Phil said that he's here if you wanted to pause for a moment and have him introduce himself.
Oh, great. So Commissioner Chang with Deschutes County, I believe, has joined us. So Phil Chang, if you are on, an introduction. And if you are on, you're likely muted because we can't hear you.
Oh, there it is. Hi, everyone. I still can't figure out how to turn my video on. When I was tuned in almost this whole time and driving, but when I was on my phone, I couldn't unmute myself to answer earlier. And so when you were going through how WebEx works and where to click to do various things, I missed that as well. But I'm Phil Chang. I'm a newly elected county commissioner here in Deschutes County, and very much looking forward to engaging with this advisory committee.
Great. And do you have any kind of vision of projects that you would like to see enter this program? Oh, we got you, Phil, on the video.
I was out in the woods this morning. I was out in the forest this morning, and one of the projects that I've been tracking in my community is a biomass thermal energy project at Mount Bachelor, which kind of falls in line with a number of other biomass thermal energy projects that have been developed in Eastern Oregon in the last 10 to 15 years using the byproducts of forest restoration activities and hazardous fuels reduction activities to offset fossil heating fuels. Lots of other ideas, but that's one very specific one I'll mention.
Yeah, no, that's one that, thermal energy is often not at the top of everybody's mind when it comes to the energy discussion, but for those of us that live in Eastern and Central Oregon, there's a whole lot of space heating that has to happen over here. And that space heating is certainly a big part of having a resilient community and having warm places to go. So I look forward to a discussion about thermal energy and especially about the use of biomass. I know within the bill, when it defines renewable energy project, that biomass is actually the first on the list of a lot of different technologies that are considered to be renewable energy technologies. So we are lucky to have Commissioner Chang with us. He's a longtime leader in thinking around biomass utilization and forest health in Central Oregon. So thanks for joining us, Phil. And think that the only member that maybe we haven't had yet is Danny Martinez. And so we'll keep trying to get Danny, but I know it is busy time. So we don't expect that every person can attend every meeting. And when that happens, we share a recording of the meeting and we will still get everybody's voice heard. So we'll keep trying to get Danny on the line, but if we can't, it's no problem. So I think that's maybe, since we have a natural pause here, are there any other thoughts? Or I see Ruchi is smiling, so I think we're probably in good order here.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
was just joking earlier that we are getting used to awkward silence because we just have to sort of pause and see if people have questions, and that's okay if you're sort of still thinking about it, and feel free to use the chat or just speak up if you have a question or a comment.
Yes. All right, so on to the kind of advisory role for this group. And we recognize that what we have here for committee roles are kind of preliminary, and we want to get your ideas as well, but we really hope to have this team helping to conduct outreach across Oregon to get projects rolling. And in some cases, you will all be in positions to actually reach into those communities and support their efforts. There's a lot of small rural communities in Oregon that may be understaffed and not used to filling out grant applications and dealing with the kind of bureaucratic and administrative process associated with grant programs. And so we really hope that we can have this team helping to get the word out and support communities whenever possible. In some cases, if you're not directly involved with a project that is entering our program, we may also reach out to some of the committee members to help us with that competitive review of applications. This is something that's not yet determined, but that we'll have to work out in rules. And so that's another potential role, is to serve on sort of a competitive review committee to help us to sort through the projects and determine which projects are going to get awards. Recognizing that those recommendations will lead ODO to be the final word in announcing grants. And just as a little bit of background, we have reached out to the DOJ and also to the Oregon Ethics Board to make sure that we don't have any conflicts of interest associated with any of you as members of the advisory committee also being involved with projects that enter the program. And we've had a back and forth with the Oregon Ethics Commission, and they've informed us that there really is no conflict there. And so long as if you are involved in one of these projects, you let us know that you're involved in one of those projects at the beginning of a meeting. And under those circumstances, there's really no conflict. We still are excited to work with you as those projects go through the application and selection process. But obviously, if you are involved in a project, we won't ask you to serve on a selection committee. So that should go without saying, but that just, for this last bullet here, where ODO director may consider recommendations in making grant decisions, by having ODO as the final decision maker, that's what really cleared up a lot of any of the potential conflicts of interest associated with serving on an advisory committee, but also being active out in the communities and drumming up projects. So with that said, I think we've already kind of touched on this question of do you have questions about these roles or ideas for how the committee could support the program in this advisory stage? So if there's any other thoughts, we'll have a moment of either awkward silence or thoughts coming in. And if you don't have thoughts now, that's fine. We can come back to this as we go. So any thoughts?
Hey, Rob, I raised my hand, so I guess I'll just go if nobody else is talking. This is Mark. Definitely on the outreach activities, we can be helpful with that. We have regional staff that live in the regions in which they work, so they can be great contacts to get this kind of information out to the communities. And then we also have a couple of other programs, not that I run, but that others run, that are somewhat overlapping with these. So I could see, being a liaison with them to see if there's anything they can provide to help. And I guess the last thing I would say is that while I'm sure we're going to do an amazing job writing these rules, I'm also sure that somebody will come up with a question or an idea during the first time you put out a call for proposals that we won't have thought of. So maybe using us as a, hey, we had this question that isn't really clear in the rules. What do you think about this kind of thing?
That's a really good point. And in the past, when we've had opportunity announcements, they have often been followed by a Q&A period where questions and answers are handled at kind of a public level so that everybody gets the benefit of every question and answer that comes through the program. And having this committee's feedback in that stage would be very helpful. So I'm glad you brought that up. And also this idea of these other programs that are at work in Oregon. A lot of the folks in this committee are in a great position to not only help people get the money out of this program, but out of a whole host of other state and federal programs. We may see some more federal money coming down the line associated with energy resilience projects. And we would really like to help Oregon communities figure out how to leverage all of these dollars to the max. And so not only in this program, but helping to pull in some of the federal funds that we anticipate may come out of the infrastructure package. And so in as much as we all know about those programs, making sure that we're helping communities to get those as well, and hopefully get larger, more effective projects in this program by leveraging a lot of other dollars would be really great. All right.
Hey, Rob, I see another hand up, Commissioner Chang.
Oh, yes.
So I just wanted to speak to or ask about the question of people who are connected with projects being in a review capacity. And I absolutely think that people who are connected to a project should not be reviewing that project. But I was also wondering if there were potentially possible opportunities for people who are connected with some projects to essentially be recused during deliberations on those projects, but still participate in review of other projects. That's in some other grant processes that I've been involved with. That was the way they did it. It was helpful for them to have a broader group reviewing overall. But then when the project you were connected with came up, people would have to leave the room and not be part of the discussion and not have their scores for those projects counted and things like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we have not yet really worked out how that competitive review phase of the program will work. I think what you describe, especially if you've been involved with that sort of review in other programs in Oregon, that we have the Oregon Ethics Commission at our disposal to run ideas past, and so we can make sure that the advisory committee is in no danger of falling foul of any sort of conflicts of interest. But to me, that sounds like it may be possible, and that we could potentially put together the project review phase to involve that sort of review. We'll just have to tackle that when we get to that part of the program. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point, Phil. We really want to have all the expertise that we can when we're going through the projects. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, and thanks for raising your hands, because that's a much more organized and kind of democratic way to get about comments in with this large list online. So thank you for that. And I think with that, I will move on to the sort of process. And these meetings, as you've already discovered, are going to be open to the public and recorded. And during this rules phase of the process, we're not going to be voting and we're not going to be relying on a quorum for any sort of decision making. We're really looking for ideas and discussion to inform the rules, and we believe that that is going to happen without the need for voting or quorums. So for these Rules Advisory Committee meetings, it's really all about the ideas and the discussion. For the advisory role, we'll continue to have the ideas and discussions involved with how do we best conduct the outreach for the program. But when it comes to putting together some external reviewers, and by external, I mean outside of ODO staff, in that case, those meetings may end up being a little more structured, and we may rely on some voting or quorums, that sort of thing, as we handle competitive review processes. And again, we're not there yet because we don't know what that process will look like. But if that happens, it could be that we end up doing some voting or ranking of projects, that sort of thing, within that competitive review. I think I will post the roundtable question now, with the idea that ODO staff will be creating a draft charter for this group, and we hope to put something together in time to review for our next meeting. And so the question is, do you have questions about the processes? Do you have ideas on how the advisory committee meetings are run? And any other ideas related to the creation of a charter for this group? Feel free to share those ideas now. Alrighty, I don't see any hands up, so I think we have come to our 10-minute break.
I think I saw one hand. Keisha,
Oh,
did you
yes.
on that?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't get there fast enough. Getting to that little small icon. So on the meetings, I just because, you know, I see it says, you know, we're not voting and we don't need a quorum or any of those things, but I imagine the purpose in having this committee is so that people can be present and actually weigh in a meaningful way. This is probably not something that needs to be said, but sometimes I feel like that's when things really do need to be said. Early briefing materials or information would always be helpful. The sooner, so I can feel like I'm giving it the attention that is needed, would really help here for me. And just because, especially as soon as if we can get an agreement on maybe meeting dates or some cadence, that would be really helpful. Again, I just want to make sure that I'm being a good member of this committee, being here and present fully and ready.
That is a really good point, and we as a partner in this whole process want to be responsible member of this group, and so we will strive to get materials out to you all in advance. For this meeting, it was 1 week with the questions. Was that adequate? I mean, would you like to have had more time, or is a week enough?
For me, the week is good. I mean, a week would be great. When it's less than that, it gets harder depending on when that week starts to run. So, but yes, so a week is wonderful. Thank you.
All right.
I see a few more comments from the other committee members kind of agreeing. So I just wanted to make sure people saw that. A week working for them and some seconds. So appreciate you for commenting on that. It's exactly the type of information we wanted to air and discuss with the committee members in terms of understanding what might work best. Also wanted to sort of mention, I really appreciated the comment you made about sort of coming together and having the discussion. I think that that's a really valuable role of the committee. We could always seek input separately, and you can always, you know, share your input with the staff, but kind of pulling that all together for a discussion is really just where the magic is. So thank you for saying all of that.
And I saw your comment regarding the types of materials that are useful. to be sent out. So thank you for that as well. And I see Ariana, see you have your hand up.
Yeah, perhaps to that end about the type of materials, I think it's important to think about how information is laid out and creating accessibility points for people with different levels of knowledge and different experience, not only with the technical issues, but also perhaps some of the community issues that come up. And I think it's worth remembering that we're not only just an advisory committee who are in this space, but that there are community members who are also tuning in. And so making sure that the information is accessible for just anybody who wanted to join this conversation and was curious, I think is really, really important. And then maybe to build off of Krisha's point a little bit, it's helpful not just to have materials with enough advance time, but really to have decisions flagged of this is something you're going to have to consider. It was nice to have the questions. But if there are things that we have to figure out how to weigh for organizations and people who represent communities that we want to be accountable to, it's really helpful to know, oh, okay, this is a question that I should go talk to members about and get answers around and just be able to know, oh, okay, I'm going to give this particular feedback and I want to make sure it's representative. That's really helpful.
Really good point. Yeah. I guess as we go through this process and as we develop materials, if we're not doing a good job of creating clear, accessible materials in a timely manner, let us know, because we want to be responsible partners in all of this, and we want to make sure that what we're doing is accessible to everybody throughout the state and all communities. And so that's a really great point, and definitely if we're not doing a good job, let us know and help us to determine what a good job looks like as we're developing these materials.
I also wanted to, I saw Quinn's comment in the chat about talking about the kinds of briefing materials that might be helpful. Is that something that would be helpful to sort of discuss a little bit more too, or get some input in?
This is Quinn here. And that might be something we could perhaps discuss during the next portion of the meeting, because I suspect there will be some ideas for things that would be helpful as we enter into that conversation.
Great point. Thank you.
All right. Have I missed any comments or hands here? All right. I forget where we were targeting our break in the agenda, but I thought it was 2:30 and it's 2:33. So we're just almost right on our schedule here. So I think we will take a few minutes to get up and stretch and take a break from the screens. And so if you will all be back with us at 2:45, that gives us 11 minutes to take a break, and I will meet you all back here at 2:45. All right. I think we will move on to the next part of our discussion here. And
If you're back from the break, maybe put your camera on or let us know in the chat. Cool, I see Brandy's back. Great, seeing some cameras turn on.
all right, I think we've got our group back together here.
Thank you.
I'd like to jump into our kind of the meat of the meeting now with the questions that we sent out. But before I do that, you know, in returning from the break, if there were any thoughts that people want to share before we jump into the next section, now is a fine time to do that if you have anything you want to share. All right. So we will jump into our kind of guiding questions now. And these were all shared last Friday via email. And so if you had a chance to review those, great. If not, we're going to go into some detail now in looking at those questions. And we had the questions divided up into a few different groups. And the first was equity metrics. And the second was resilience kind of metrics or qualifications. And then the final one were some of the other elements in the bill around how projects have priority scoring components. And I think that there's a chance that as we go through each group of questions, and especially with the equity and resilience questions, that we may find that our discussion is answering several of the questions at once. But we'll still go through each of the questions, and if we feel like we've tackled it, we can move on. But the idea of the questions was that we wanted to come at some of these issues from kind of a lot of different angles and make sure that we were addressing a lot of the kind of potential issues that we may have in rulemaking and around how projects are passing through the program. If you think we missed a key question, by all means share it. That's part of what we're after today. So moving on to these equity metrics as they're referred to in the bill, I'm just going to read this slide. House Bill 2021 is crafted to ensure equitable distribution of funds, and the program will only succeed if it reaches Oregonians of diverse racial, social, and economic backgrounds. The bill requires that 50% or more of the grants are to be awarded to projects that primarily serve environmental justice communities. And then in addition to that budget carve out, projects located in environmental justice communities are to receive priority scoring in the competitive review process. And this appears in another part of the bill. ODO will need to evaluate projects to determine if the benefits accrue to an environmental justice community. So the program guidelines will need to provide clear guidance to applicants about how to demonstrate that the project will benefit environmental justice communities. And so this tees us up for, again, thinking about what we're doing here, which is to build a grant application and review process. Question one, what measurable criteria could be established to enable ODO to ensure a project is serving an EJ community? Down below here, I have the specific section defining environmental justice communities from section 1 in the bill includes communities of color, communities experiencing lower incomes, tribal communities, rural communities, coastal communities, communities with limited infrastructure, and other communities traditionally underrepresented in public processes and adversely harmed by environmental and health hazards, including seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. So what we're really looking for here is what can we set up in rule that is enables a community to demonstrate that the project is serving an EJ community, and that ODO is able to go through a competitive process to ensure that we're selecting projects that are serving an EJ community. One thing that, oh wait, I see a hand up from Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I don't mean to punt the question to someone else, but it just seems to me that the Environmental Justice Task Force probably, I would think, had to struggle or deal with some aspects of this question. So I'm curious if there's anything from that task force that we can bring to this effort.
Yeah, good.
Okay, if I jump in, Rob?
Definitely, yeah.
Yes, so I think there's definitely expertise on that body that could be very helpful. It's kind of interesting when I was reviewing these questions, one of our big legislative efforts that was not successful last year was SB 286, which would have created effectively a state version of EJ Screen, which Rob, you referenced in the questions that you presented for this group. So for this question, I think EJ Screen is absolutely an important tool, but it has some limitations when it comes to regional data, just because it has to be standardized across the entire country. So that might be a good starting place, for us to familiarize ourselves with what's there, what we could glean from that, how applicants might be able to use it as easily as possible. And there were actually a couple of efforts in Oregon to try to create some mapping tools to identify, communities facing disparities. But it's still something that's needed in Oregon. So we might be having to cobble together some information from various data sets.
That's a really good point, and it touches at a couple of questions that are coming up and related around tools and whether or not it's possible to develop some clear path, like a map that shows which communities clearly qualify without having to go through any sort of rigorous proof process. So yeah, certainly the tools are a key part of this. And I mean, even within EJ Screen, and I've tinkered with it a little bit, and if you are using EJ Screen and you're looking for maybe communities with lower incomes, EJ Screen has these blocks of 80 to 90%, 70 to 80%, 60. Is there some cutoff that could be a criteria referenced in rule that we can get at for describing some of these kind of qualifications for EJ communities? And I know there's some of these are quite open, like rural and coastal. Those are, well, coastal, presumably you would have to define some term for a coastal community that would qualify some and eliminate others. But from the EJ side, are there some measurable criteria? And I see that Les and Mark both have your hands raised, so maybe Quinn, we will follow up with this and then move on to Les.
Yeah, I was just curious how you're defining community. When you're talking about rural communities and urban communities and EJ communities, what's the scale of a community? How do you define it? Because, I'm thinking about just where I live, we have a complete mix on the spectrum of economic income, economic disparities. We've got a pretty diverse community. I don't know how, when we're looking at projects here, when you're thinking about screening them, like how do you break that down? Because a community can be as small as a block or a neighborhood, or as large as a city or a county.
That's a really good question, and I think it's one that warrants some discussion, because you're absolutely right. I mean, within the type of entity that may be applying, like a municipality, there are many communities within a city or town, and some of those communities may be EJ communities and others are not. So that's a good question, and even if we don't come up with a hard definition for a community, we're going to have that question come up when projects are demonstrating where the kind of the benefits accrue. So we have to be ready for handling that question about what is a community and what scale are we working at.
I just wanted to share for the group that there's a couple things in the chat in case you weren't watching. There was a comment about using CDC Social Vulnerability Index. I provided a link to the EJ screen in case you weren't familiar with it. Brandy provided a link to the low income energy affordability data tool. So just wanted to make sure folks were seeing that. And I know you have a question later, Rob, about tools, and this is about criteria, but of course those sort of match up a little bit. So just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, and even within tools, we have to know how the tool is wielded and where the tool is identifying these criteria. And that's where we get into these really quantifiable, identifiable criteria that demonstrate that the money is going to the right community. And that's where we have the opportunity to draw some lines and rule to make sure that we're serving the right communities. And so, yeah, I think that gets right to the point. I see Phil, you have your hand raised, and Mark, I see your hand is up. I don't know if that was from before, if it's a new question, but maybe we'll go to Phil and then Mark.
Yeah, these are some very useful categories. I am wondering about the interaction between them. So for example, here in Deschutes County, we have, much of Deschutes County could be considered rural, but there are certainly parts of it where people are, for example, experiencing lower incomes in rural areas than others. We have some destination resort communities in Deschutes County, which would certainly be considered rural, but I would not consider disadvantaged communities. So I'm kind of wondering if the way that you use these categories is if you meet two of these criteria, you're more of an EJ community than another community that just meets one of these criteria, or whether we just sort of use this as an initial filter. Do you check one of these boxes, and if so, then you can be considered as part of this category or not?
Yeah, that really does start to get at you can envision how points might start accruing in a competitive review process. And I like what you said where, each one of these could sort of be a checkbox with maybe different points associated with them. And like you said, rural is not always EJ, and rural is not always low income or community of color. And so breaking out this list and really letting each of these individual attributes contribute to the way that a project scores seems like a smart way to go about things. So yeah, that's a good thought. And Going back to Les's question about what qualifies as a community, that's another good one. I mean, these projects, by their very nature, are going to be interconnected at a single point, and they have the ability to serve broad areas, and in some rural cases, they may be serving a really broad reach of folks, or they may really have a neighborhood focus. And so I wonder if any of the our committee members have thoughts on what kind of qualifies as a community.
Well, I don't have an answer to that necessarily, but I just, I put in the chat, when we talk about rural, it doesn't deal with this issue of communities. So that is a very good question that I think should be, it's going to need to be figured out. I don't have a good answer for it right now but the statutory definition, it just refers to a rural area. So.
Yeah, I think with that rural qualification, that's one that seems to be pretty well established in some other areas where we could reference that. Yeah, and how about coastal communities? I mean, is it within 20 miles of the coast, or is it communities that are, is there a definition that Oregon routinely uses to define a coastal community? See that Ariana's got her hand up, so Ariana?
Yeah, this is a really interesting discussion to listen to and to participate in, and I think raises some really important questions, especially about like what defines a community. And I wonder about the tension in communities self-defining and having self-determination around like what is somebody's community and like what is a community as a more collective space versus having a state agency define what a community is. Like, I like the idea of some points or criteria of kind of a you know it when you see it approach, which may not be so satisfying from a government administration perspective. But I would worry about trying to define community too strongly in ways that wouldn't necessarily be representative of how communities think about themselves. In terms of the rural and coastal question, I've been thinking a lot about like what is the nature of environmental justice and how does it relate to these communities? And to me, it has a lot to do with what is the impact. I think I would hope that other folks could agree that fire impacted communities are very much environmental justice communities, that fishery communities are very much environmental justice communities. And I think in both cases, there's a little bit of a resilience aspect. How is this community dependent on the land that surrounds it, on the environment that it is a part of? And what does that nature look like? And how is it being impacted by the impending and increasing climate crisis, both from an adaptation perspective and an impact to the well-being of that community? So I don't know if that was at all helpful, but that's kind of what I'm chewing on right now and trying to figure out how to allow for some nuance here while also acknowledging the need for like administrative structure.
That's really helpful. And I mean, there's two things that are working with us as we create the program. And one is we don't have to have it perfect on day one. This program will continue to grow and improve over the next 4 years. And so I like what you said about the definition of the community not really necessarily needing to be defined within rules, and that ultimately when we get to the point of reviewing these applications as they roll in, that we can let communities demonstrate just exactly what they mean, and having a hard definition within rule may work against us. So I think that's a good point. I see that Shannon has her hand up, and Phil, your hand is up as well. So maybe we'll go to Shannon and then to Phil.
Thank you. Let's see. I was going back a couple of questions to the excellent question of what's the scope of the community, and I'm wondering if depending on the size of the energy, if it's a hospital that serves if it's a county hospital, for example, then that footprint might be the county. And if it's a tribal community center, then that footprint might be the footprint of the reservation. And if it's, it would kind of depend. If it was a low income housing, then the community would specifically be the residents of that housing. In other words, in some cases, the technology itself might help to decide, and maybe there are some suggestions or definitions of that could be provided in the rules. And getting back to what Oriana very rightfully pointed out, it's difficult to define communities from the outside and tell folks who they are. I wonder if there's kind of a two-sided, if in the rules we could create some known entities. For example, if the community resides within an opportunity zone, then maybe that's like a de facto, okay, you checked the lower income. Clearly, if you're a federally recognized tribe, that's going to be easy. Coastal communities, maybe it's between the Coast Range and the Pacific Ocean, but that there's some kind of a qualifier, or these are all clear. If you can meet these, you definitely can check those boxes, or to leave it open for communities to demonstrate why they think they meet some of these definitions. And one of the other questions I have, and I guess this is directed to some of the other members on this committee, is there some work that's being done by our Office of Resiliency and Emergency Preparedness? I know I saw early on a pilot study that Yume Wang did from Dogami that was looking at coastal hospitals and water supplies, and what their likelihood of impacts from a seismic experience were, and which bridges are going to go down. But I'm getting to that, where is it? Limited infrastructure. Just wondering if some of that catastrophe risk exposure work that's coming out of other agencies might be generating some tools either now or down the road that might be helpful.
That's a really good thought. And it seems like another sort of voice for maybe keeping that community definition open, especially in the early opening of the program, and see what we get rolling in. So I see that Phil's hand has gone down and Quinn's hand has gone up, and I apologize if I'm not doing these in order. It's always kind of a quick look back at the list, and yeah, but that's a good, even like you say, Shannon, with the coastal communities, we could define between the Coast Range and the coast, and that would give us something in rule. Or maybe it's necessary, maybe it's not, to go into a hard definition around some of these specific call outs within that EJ definition in the bill. So yeah, I think we'll go to Quinn, and then Mike is up next.
Yeah, it's Mike's question in the chat about the eligibility of community-based or faith-based organizations, I think triggered my question. Looking at these questions, I started going back and looking at the bill, and I find myself toggling back and forth throughout the meeting because there's so much in the bill that's prescribed already, which on one hand is really nice because there's a structure, but it's also sort of hard to figure out where the wiggle room is for the advisory committee. So looking at this and specific criteria, I was thinking, okay, well, who are the eligible entities? Because that could help determine what criteria would be in play. And I noticed, and wasn't aware of this beforehand, that nonprofits are not eligible on their own. So, for me anyway, helping, understanding eligibility and what kind of entities can apply for these grants, I think would help in determining these kinds of criteria. I mean, in some ways, the way it's defined in statute right now, it lends itself to these more stricter definitions of community, right? Because it's public bodies, it's tribes, it's these defined entities that are eligible. So I'm wondering where we might have some wiggle room, because I completely agree. It's really important, that we retain that space for nuance and for self-determination and self-description.
Yeah, that's a good point, and it points to another section in rule that we may be able to help address that, and that is the types of partnerships that can come into the program. And the bill does allow for these kind of partnerships of entities, as long as the primary applicant is one of those that are on the list as a public body or a consumer-owned utility. You could imagine that a community group could go to their municipal go to the town and work on an application together. And so maybe there's a way to address that in the part of rules where we talk about or maybe we don't restrict, but we just say that these partnerships are all welcome so long as the primary applicant is on that list in the bill. So let's go to Mark.
Are you talking to me? I didn't have my hand up. I didn't have any.
Oh no, sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay.
I misread.
I was gonna let Mark. Well, first of all, great topic. To kind of follow back on what Shannon mentioned about the reports. Yeah, we're well aware of those reports that folks like Lugami or Yume Wang does as a private citizen now. We share those with legislators like the Coastal Caucus. The Coastal Caucus is thinking about redundant systems for water and power for the hospitals along the coast. So that's one thing. But in this last session in the governor's office, we had a resiliency bill, and we had a big piece in there about unreinforced masonry buildings, focusing on community-based and faith-based organizations. It did not get out of Ways and Means. We had a $50 million price tag on it for bonding opportunities, much like Business Oregon's with their school rehabilitation program for seismic stuff and for emergency facilities. I think legislators were wary of that because of the nonprofit piece. And so following up on trying to figure out the tools, I've been reviewing BRIC applications for the state of Oregon for the last 10 days. And the more boxes people can check versus writing a long paragraph, the better, because I think it really does help up with that pre-application screening process to really get into a table where, this is the community of need. And I think that's a real good thing. And I would just warn something I've noticed over the last 20 months at the county level, where you're thinking about who to partner with. There's a lot of folks that are just burned out on doing grant applications. And so, you might have the eager person out there. I'll give you a good example. Love of Lane County is a community-based nonprofit. They would need to go to work with either the city of Eugene or Lane County to work on that. While they're still busy dealing with mitigation efforts for fires from 2020, they would have a hard time getting some expertise at the county or the city level to help write that grant for that community-based or that faith-based organization. So I think we said earlier, if we let the communities kind of self-identify at first, I think that's a really good way of going, because then we can get down to some really small stuff. And on the bigger dollar projects, they'll speak for themselves and they'll define whether it's through their zip code, census block, or through what I recommend. I like the Social Vulnerability Index. We've used it quite a bit for mass care issues with Department of Human Services, and it really does break out into 15 different categories. So there is some technical data there to look at. but it may not be give the depth that we want to look for a community that's much smaller, that really might just need backup power for their drinking water system or wastewater system. So thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, those are all good points. And I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of experience in actually reviewing applications and, you know, at some point getting down to that level of detail where we can actually apply this within a program is very helpful. Although with a lot of these things, I think we can have some self-identification happening earlier on in the program if that's what we all decide is the best way to go. And we still have the ability to evaluate these criteria and claims within that sort of application process. And so long as we have the competitive review handled by a really great group, then I think we'll be able to handle a lot of this then. But we just want to make sure our rules allow for a process that you know, spits out a list of winning projects without a lot of contention for those that are maybe not funded in the first round, so that people understand how to kind of score points in the process. So all right. And I know we're tackling some tough issues here, and our original schedule kind of contemplated 2 of these meetings that were specifically targeted to the rules. This meeting to really have the discussion, and then we will go back and draft some sort of straw rule language based on what we discussed today, and then come back and meet to try to discuss this at a language level within the rules. But if we have the need to kind of work at some sort of maybe subcommittee level to tackle some of these issues, we can do that. And so, you know, if there's some things that just need more attention than what we can give them today, I think we will try to reach out to folks to make that happen. So I may move on to the next question unless someone wants to chime in on this one. All right, and there we go. Question: what metrics can be established to enable ODO to evaluate involvement and leadership by representatives of environmental justice communities in developing grant applications? And this is specifically called out in the section of the bill that describes the priorities for funding. And it's section 30. There's an A through G, and that's where we get into this priority scoring. And F in that list is projects that incorporate equity metrics developed in coordination with the Environmental Justice Task Force for evaluating the involvement of and leadership by people of low income, Black, Indigenous, or people of color, members of tribal communities, people with disabilities. Really what this one is getting at is the participation by these groups in the process of putting together these applications and projects. And so it goes beyond just who is being served, but who is really playing a leadership role in the project. And so it's not just a matter of drawing a line around a community that's getting some benefits from a project. It's about the actual team that's putting it together. And so any thoughts about how we can evaluate that one in a competitive process? Oriana?
I think for me, it comes down to what does accountability look like between the entity that is applying and the potential environmental justice community partners that are intended to benefit from the project. And I think it's important to make a distinction between communities who are engaged with nonprofit organizations and community groups who organize without that official structure. And I think one to consider throughout this program design is just that nuance, that there's a power dynamic associated with nonprofit organizations versus community organizing itself that I think we have to be conscious of and not overvaluing nonprofit organizations. All that said, regardless of what the community entity that is tied to the project looks like, I think I would encourage Odo to go beyond just say a letter of support, but maybe an actual check-in with the community that's supposedly going to benefit from the project, and an opportunity to interview and just understand how the project came to be from their perspective, how they feel like there's accountability from the local government that is putting the project forward, and asking the local government as part of an application, like what does accountability look like to community? And maybe not just what does it look like in the short term, but what does it look like historically as well? Because I think that's an important piece. Where I think I have some worry is the kind of astroturfing that can happen for an entity to do a project and claim that a community will benefit, but not actually have that self-determination or engagement or leadership development or power building associated with that project. So actually asking community to say, does this feel authentic to your experience of this opportunity, and what has this relationship looked like historically, is a really good gut check that can get through fancy application language, and also force entities that apply to just evaluate and understand their relationships. I think that's a powerful thing, not just for this grant program, but in general within kind of a broader umbrella of community as a town or a county or tribal land, really understanding what the relationship is between that body that has decision-making power and the people that it supposedly represents.
Really well put. Yeah, that idea of accountability and ensuring that these groups are really involved in these early stages of planning and development, and not just the subjects of a project, but the actual drivers of a project, I think is really what this is getting at. And I think that when you think about the type of material that you would include in an application that would demonstrate that, it may be that reaching out to communities to verify and kind of that interview level is something that we find would be necessary. So yeah, those are all really nice ideas, and see a fair number of hands coming up. I believe that Mark was the first one to have his hand up, and maybe I don't know if anyone else has seen when these hands came up in order, but I believe Mark was next.
Okay, try to be quick, and I'm coming back to your question more about how do you accomplish the determining, how do you evaluate the actual participation by different groups within a project that are actually deploying the project? So, I mean, this may be oversimplifying it, but I would just think having part of the proposal be they have to, write something about this group is doing 10% of the work, either by the hours or the money, or both. And they will be doing these specific things. This group is going to do 50% of the work, and they'll do these things. And then it just becomes part of the evaluation process for the reviewers to decide, well, this one's got just too little participation versus another one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, we're in a challenging one here. And, this is another one where getting through a few rounds of opportunity announcements and applications will give us a learning opportunity. But hopefully we can put something together in the early rounds to get us through that the first opening of the program, so that it's functional and gives our reviewers the tools they need to really kind of determine which project should be moving forward. So I think that Brandy maybe was next in line, and then Phil.
Hi, I was going to suggest that maybe part of the rollout had some educational, either seminars or workshops, because even though most of us think about energy every day, a lot of community leaders won't. So they might have a good handle on what their community needs. And if we can align, if you're trying to achieve these goals, maybe there's certain goals we're able to review. Here's some energy projects, and here's existing tools that might help you to achieve those goals. So again, energy can be a little bit scary, but if we give them the tools or point them to existing tools where they can put together some projects on their own, and they really lead that engagement, right? They already have community support. They know where the need is. They're just missing that energy and the technical component. Some educational webinars or outreach might be beneficial even before the application process gets announced or rolled out.
That's a really good point, and really in the phase of the program when we've got our rules put together, and this is going to be in January through March of next year, making sure that we're doing really good education and outreach to communities, trying to reach as many as we possibly can, not only to let them know that the program exists, but also to help them understand the types of projects and partnerships and metrics that make projects successful in the program. That's a really good point. So thanks for that. And we will certainly be looking to this committee to help us with that outreach, both for ideas and actually for just getting the word out. So Phil?
I'm just thinking about the practicalities of who the eligible applicants are for these programs, and how those eligible applicants interact with the communities that we care about or that we're concerned about. I mean, writing grant applications is a long, arduous process sometimes, and it requires a certain amount of capacity. And I do feel like, having worked with a number of, local, community level public agencies, that, oftentimes it's a struggle for those entities to pull something together in the first place. But B, also that oftentimes there are, some of the communities where we care about, they may want the project to happen, but they may not necessarily want to be involved in developing the grant application. I mean, because it's the fun part or the exciting part is, putting out a vision and understanding that it's possible. And the unfun part is writing the grant application and then administering the implementation of it. So, I guess this is circling me back to the idea that, a couple of people have put out about, going to the places, going to these communities and doing interviews, or, having an interview component of these application processes. Because, if you have an interview component of an application process, and an applicant shows up and they don't have the people who represent environmental justice communities as part of their team, it's very obvious that they're astroturfing or something like that. So just in terms of the practicalities of like who the applicants are, and how they interact with the communities that we care about, I wouldn't want us to try to include application questions that make compliance or, meeting these criteria more cumbersome and difficult to do than they need to be. And I think the interview is really a way to kind of, like, I know it when I see it.
Yeah, and that idea of that kind of addressing that limited capacity and the burden that is grant applications. I mean, we can address that a little bit by making our process as light an administrative burden as we can, but it's still an administrative burden for someone to go through and do this. So that capacity within communities is certainly something that we have in mind. So yeah, and I hear that another vote for having a sort of verification or interview built into the rules around some of these criteria or some of these claims could be helpful. So I think that's presumably something that we could include in rules that says that we have the ability to reach out to communities for interviews and verification. So Shannon, I believe, was next in line.
Thank you. This is I'm thinking about this from the timeline that's associated with this. As I recall, we have 4 years to stand up the program, and so I'll pause there. Is that correct? Do we still have a 4-year
correct
timeline for spending the funds?
Through 2025.
So I also had, before I go into my comment, a question. I thought I heard earlier that you mentioned some additional ODO staff will be coming on. Have funds been secured that will dedicate staff specifically to support this program? And if so, how early would they be coming on?
The answer to the first is yes. We do have positions that are approved and funded. We are in the process of recruiting many of those positions as we speak, and some of the positions are more important to get in earlier than others. Some of them will be involved in the actual processing of applications, and we will need them later on from those who are, say, building, the IT platforms and the web platforms for applications, processing and management positions, that sort of thing. So we actually have a position posted right now to manage this program. So if anyone wants an easy way out of this advisory committee and wants to apply for that position, please do. Although you'll still be part of the advisory committee, just on the other end. But yeah, so we do have positions. I think we have 7 or 8 of them.
And where that was leading is I was thinking, and I think it's a great idea, that the webinars and outreach prior to the opening of the program. But I'm wondering if we can help the Royal ODO staff with our advisement potentially in developing a survey that could be, could be dispersed through all kinds of partner organizations and agencies, but that makes it really easy for folks in situ, sitting at home, multitasking, trying to keep bread on the table, those very folks that we're hoping to get the benefits to, that don't necessarily think about energy or want to make time to go to a special interview, that, just some kind of a hierarchied survey. Do you have problems meeting your energy needs? Are you concerned about power outages? What do you consider to be your critical facilities? Maybe there are some generic that we could get out, and that would enable the smaller communities that don't have the staff or don't have that grassroots organization already thinking about that, to start to draw some of that interest out that might help down the road to frame up what a project looks like, and also to potentially identify some future leaders from those that aren't right now engaged in this conversation. If ODO staff might be in a position to to help deliver something like that.
It's a really great idea, and it could really potentially make our outreach efforts a lot more successful and targeted if we have kind of that survey, the benefit of hearing these voices coming directly from the communities. So I think it's a great idea, and we ought to think about that as we discuss the sort of outreach and community support aspects of the program.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. I see several hands up here, and we've also had a member of the public raise their hand. So I don't know if we have any hands that have been up for a while. If there's any committee members that have had their hand up for a while and want to just jump in now, I don't want to neglect you. And I think we will bring in a public question now because we've got one from one of our attendees.
I could just jump in. Shannon definitely just mentioned one of the things that I was going to say. And I'm coming at this not so much from the utility perspective, definitely, but having been on the side of representing organizations trying to go after grants. And one of the things that I would say is you're finding more and more that we know. And especially if you're doing this enough, you know the types of things that you need to present. So surveys and constantly being engaged with the groups that you're serving is something that you understand that that's a part of what you need to do more and more, and bringing those voices in. But for organizations that are not necessarily used to doing that, I definitely believe giving them some type of survey templates where they can reach out to their communities would be beneficial. I would say when you're thinking about things that you can just easily say to a group, look, provide us feedback, provide us information that shows how you've done this in the past, right? When we submit grants, we pull together all the stuff that we've done over the years, and we start to go through what's most relevant, where do we have good feedback, what's stale, where do we need to go back and actually have some communications with the communities we serve, and bring that voice in and make it stronger. And you can look at an organization's own leadership and their makeup to see if you see voices represented appropriately in the community. But I think there are some really simple things that organizations know that they can respond to, because you have so many different grants that are out there and focused around environmental justice that I think you're going to find that organizations that are used to that are going to, yes, it's timely and there's limited capacity, but they're already doing a lot of these things. And I would just kind of say that just because an organization may not necessarily qualify for this 50% doesn't mean that they won't qualify for the other 50% of the funding. So that's just something else to keep in mind as we're going through this.
Really good points. And I apologize if I've lost the thread on whose hand was up first. And I propose that we go to Brandy and then Phil and then to Alex Ruiz, who has his hand up as a public participant, as an attendee. And so I think we'll go in that order.
You can skip me. I forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, all right. Phil?
Likewise.
Oh, all right. Alex. Am I able to unmute Alex?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Alex over at UEC. Thank you for all of your efforts. Really appreciate everything you do. I've seen an example where for the community and environmental justice engagement, the way I've seen some other parts of the country do it is and score it is they have a scoring matrix, and they assigned a higher preference to a community that had a formal agreement with a municipality or a affordable housing provider, or some local community organization had a formal agreement that said they were willing to commit and collaborate on this type of project. and then they assigned a lower preference number to just an organization that decided to get some kind of consultation, but weren't really committed to an ongoing grant writing. It's more of a, hey, we like this idea, we're willing to do it, but we just need you to consult us and let us know if it's best for our community. And then they gave no points to an applicant who had no collaboration. You couldn't reach anyone in the community, and they got no points. So that's one example that I've seen, and just wanted to share that with you all.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And also thanks for bringing the discussion nicely back around to focusing on something that can actually be established in rules. So yeah, that's ultimately that's what we're kind of looking for here, is how we develop this scoring matrix and how we take these challenging components of demonstrating benefits to and participation by these environmental justice communities and actually apply them to a something as administratively dull as a scoring matrix, but that's what we are aiming for here. So thanks, Alex, for chiming in and sharing that and kind of bringing us back around. So I don't know if there's any other thoughts on this one, and I may also just throw it to Ruchi or Wendy within our staff to see if we're feeling like it's a good time to move on. If we have no other comments, we can maybe step to the next question. Any thoughts? All righty. So let's go to the next question. Thanks for all of that discussion and feedback. So here we get to kind of this, the administrative burden and the capacity within communities to put together these grant applications. And I put two questions on this slide because they're quite related. And the first is, should applicants be responsible for demonstrating their status as a qualifying or EJ community? And if so, what specific evidence can be provided? And then the alternate question to that is, or the kind of follow-up is, if applicants are required to demonstrate their status as an EJ community, are there tools available to help demonstrate qualification? Are these tools accessible to smaller communities with limited staff to develop grant application? Are EJ Screen and US Census Analysis good tools for the program to use? So this is getting at kind of how an applicant is going to be working with the community to make these, to demonstrate these claims, and naming a couple of specific tools. I know that we also heard opportunity zones. I think Mark mentioned those, where there's already sort of a pre-qualified definition or zone that is being used within Oregon that demonstrates a low income status. And so I think I'll throw this out to the committee and see if there's thoughts. I know we've touched on pieces of this, but specifically around this demonstration and what specific piece of evidence can communities provide, and if it's a tool, is it the right tool? And as we ponder this one, I think I will jump ahead to this next question as well, because it's also related. Should ODO develop a standardized process for applicants to demonstrate qualifications? And so this is where something like that opportunity zone designation, if we can offer up very simple, predetermined elements that can be demonstrated on an application, maybe we can do some of that work up front to make it easier for communities. So those three questions get to this, how do you demonstrate it? So Brandy?
I just had a question I wanted to ask, more food for thought, but hopefully not complicate the process. I know with the pandemic, the number of people that are eligible for a LIHEAP, for instance, has just gone through the roof. So a lot of the low income measures that we might have looked at typically have changed, right, when people have lost their jobs during the pandemic or for other variety of circumstance. So I guess my question or thought would be the group is, if this is looking at certain measurements, is there going to be a time frame? Is it going to encompass kind of the pandemic and all the impacts and effects it had on people? Or is it going to go back and look at some of those other figures and have something like within the past 3 years or some other conditions like that?
That's a really good question. And, things have changed so much so quickly that tools like EJ Screen and US Census analysis may not really get to the specific needs that have arisen in some communities. So yeah, that's a good question.
While people are thinking, I'll also just add that some of these questions we're looking at internally at the Department of Energy, evaluating the EJ Screen and other tools that are out there, right? This is the White House initiative with Justice 40. So we're looking at tools, potentially developing our own tools. And if we set up that collaborative website, or I'll send it during email anytime we evaluate things or find things, happy to pass it along to this group. I think we'll see more and more being released in the future.
Yeah, and these questions kind of bring up a way of thinking about this, where going beyond the rules, if you think about what an application might look like, and are we able to develop some check boxes that a community can check at that application phase? And the rules can say that the application will do this or that, but within that application phase, if there's a checkbox for are you in an opportunity zone, that is really quick and easy. Or are you maybe there's some other designation. And if we think of this in terms of developing check boxes for communities to kind of take a shortcut in the grant application, maybe that's one way to look at this. Ariana?
I think Brandy was ahead of me.
Oh, thank you. I think Brandy just took her hand down. And so Ariana and then Quinn. And again, sorry if I missed the order up.
So I think because opportunity zones have come up a couple times now, it's just worth naming that opportunity zones are a complicated issue, in particular for Indigenous, Black, and Brown communities, and in particular lower income communities who are likely to be displaced by investments that have been historically tied to opportunity zones. I think there are ways to leverage some of the tax credits, but I think if we want to use an opportunity zone as a indicator of need from a community, it would feel better, at least from my perspective, if there was some question in the application related to, and this is perhaps more of an issue in more densely populated areas like, say, the Cully neighborhood in Portland, where Verde does its work, than rural areas. But I know displacement is an issue in rural and coastal communities as well. But being able to say, like, if this is an opportunity zone that is benefiting from this project, how will that community remain stable because of this project? How will it become more resilient, not only from like a grid or a climate perspective, but what are the potential benefits that keep that community stable and whole, and that a project leveraging an opportunity zone doesn't necessarily lead to displacement. Similarly, I think there's an issue with workforce. How is this employing folks and creating opportunity in that opportunity zone? So that's a little bit of a trigger, at least from Verde's work perspective. And I think it's just worth acknowledging the nuances and some of the harm that has been done in the way that opportunity zones have been leveraged in the past.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, that's really good to know. And, you know, if there's other designations that are already predetermined within communities that are useful, those are the types of things that we'd be interested in too. And maybe opportunity zones are not the right one, or maybe they are with these caveats. But anything that provides kind of a shortcut to demonstrating these things for a community to, you know, get the benefit of work that maybe has already been done. So Quinn?
Yeah, from a streamlining the grant process perspective, I do like the idea of having, you know, some check boxes with some direct links, making it as accessible as possible for people or for applicants to find the information, to find out, you know, what metrics they're meeting or not. You know, to that end, I was looking at trying to find some comparable programs, and I was looking at, you know, requests for proposals, you know, for other environmental justice small grants. And it might be helpful to, you know, as some materials that would be helpful for me anyway, would be looking at what other grant programs use. That might be a good starting point for us. And then to say, here's why, you know, we don't want to use this one in Oregon. Here's why we might want to incorporate this one here. But just to have, you know, a lot of this work has been looked at through other grant programs, so that could be a really good starting place for us. But regardless, I do like the idea of maintaining this ability to have a narrative for applicants to define what community is, with a really broad definition of narrative. You know, because for some people, a written narrative might make a lot of sense. For some people, a spoken one, you know, either in person through an interview or from a video. So I think that combination of things could be really important, because the numbers can only tell us so much.
Yeah, that's a good point, to not go overboard with the check boxes in our kind of application process, and to let a narrative describe situations is going to be necessary. So, all right. Let's see here. I'm going to scan the list. Don't see any. Oh, Keisha.
I have just a quick question, because I struggled with these two questions, because when you think of the applicant eligibility, and so the assumption we're making here is, you know, the questions that you have are about the status of a qualifying community, and you're saying, should applicants be responsible for that? And I'm guessing we're thinking about partnerships here, but it's just, you know, if a city is doing this, this isn't going to really, that the question isn't the right question for me if the city is doing it, right? So I don't know if you're getting what you need to get from these. I'm just a little thrown in some ways by the framing of the question.
Sure.
It's just me that's struggling there, and it might be when are you thinking this applies? Is it if you have a co-applicant, that co-applicant needs to be able to demonstrate that they are a qualifying community, municipality, if you're bringing someone in? I mean, because it seems like then that goes back to actually the previous questions about the community that you're serving and where the benefits are accruing. So just some clarification for my benefit.
Yeah, and that actually, I think it's a good time to step back and recognize that, and ask the question, did we ask the right questions? And the answer is almost certainly no, that we didn't get them all. And so reframing these in a way that is more useful is certainly another task for this group that would be helpful to us. And so in my own mind, when I was thinking about these questions, it was about, if a city is an applicant, a project is still being located within some specific location of that city, and that project, depending on kind of the nature of what benefits it's bringing the community, may have a very pronounced local impact, like a local water filling station and charging stations and a warming shelter, or these types of things that are kind of the walking distance benefits. Or it could have a really broad reach, like the county hospital, where you may be having people from 50 or 100 miles away benefiting from the resilience and the renewable energy benefits of a project. So it's a really good question, and I think we want to just make sure that we have rules set up that enable us to take a stack of projects and make sure that our rules are set in place so that we're able to identify and reward the best ones in the scoring matrix, or the process of this competitive review. But yeah, that's a good point. And if anyone ever wants to take a shot at rephrasing a question, or kind of asking a totally new question to guide this discussion, please do. I don't know if that even really got at the point you were trying to make, Keisha. So if you have follow-up, please chime in, because it's a really good question, and I want to make sure we get at the heart of this.
Well, and I think it just really is a situation of, for me, like I said, just if we're talking about a municipality is applying for this, they're an eligible applicant regardless, right? They don't necessarily have to meet the qualifying community, but they need to be able to demonstrate if they want to be considered for a certain kind of money. They need to be able to demonstrate that the benefits are accruing to a qualified community. And so just having clarity as we're thinking about this or writing the rules, making sure we're making it clear for applicants that they're not having to prove that there's something, and unless I'm misunderstanding it, and that could be the case. So.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in and kind of respond to this discussion. I was trying to read through the comment here.
Mark, I think the issue is the question on the very first question there: should applicants be responsible for demonstrating their status as a qualifying community? But the people who can actually apply to this are tribes, counties, municipalities, ports, consumer-owned utilities, many of which are not going to be, as in full entity, a qualifying community. There may be aspects of the community within the community, if that makes any sense. So I think it's just, there's confusion there of saying, well, if the applicant is a city or a county, let's say, does it have to demonstrate the whole county as a qualifying community? Or, how does it go about like showing what you need to see if it's that big of an applicant?
Yeah, so maybe rather than a question of status, it's a question of demonstrating how the benefits are flowing. And I see, Adam, that you've come on camera. I don't know if you want to chime in here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Adam Schultz, Oregon Department of Energy. This has been a great discussion. I've been lurking mostly, but I just wanted to chime in on this question because I think it's an important one, and it certainly came up as the legislature and stakeholders, I think, were thinking about this bill. And I think the vision was that the applicant would be that public entity, but then it really references several times kind of the ability to partner with community organizations, nonprofits, et cetera. And it's really just sort of the way I think about it is the applicant is bottom line in the application, but there certainly could be particular communities, subgroups within a particular government jurisdiction or other boundaries, it could be a consumer utility, whatever it is, who might fit the qualification of qualifying community. So that's sort of how I think about it. You know, and I could envision, certainly, you know, getting to the administrative burden question that was raised earlier, you might have a energetic, engaged community organization who's willing to really lean in on developing the application, and it's the city who kind of, like I said, kind of bottom line that application at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's some good insight into kind of the formulation of the bill. And I mean, ultimately, these projects have this community benefits component, but they also, especially with resilience projects, they have this need to tie into this sort of critical infrastructure, and that might be water or wastewater or hospitals or a whole host of critical infrastructure that ultimately is got, you know, a lot of overlap with the local jurisdictions, the public entities. So from a practical standpoint, having the applicants be these public entities, and in some ways it provides a lot of benefits to this program, and that we know that these partnerships are, at least from that side of it, are being addressed, where those who are in charge of the infrastructure are partners. And this question is about how to make sure we get the other side of that, which is the community members that are drawing those benefits. And like Adam said, you know, we basically have these underwriters for the applications that are the public bodies, and they will be partnering with these smaller community entities within their jurisdictions. So, all right, well, maybe we'll move on. I know that this is a complex issue, and if there's more thoughts as we go, we can always come back. But I think I'll click through here.
Oh yeah, Rob, I just want to mention that there's a few things in the chat that you may want to share out.
Oh, sure. And in fact, you know, do you have them on hand, Ruchi? If you want to share them, that would be
Yeah. I'll just mention that there was some discussion about agreeing with Oriana's earlier comments around opportunity zones. There was some sharing from Brandy about the about analysis that Energy Trust has done on DEI data baselining, and some alignment with census tracts there. And then a comment from Jenny Hall from Energy Trust on the discussion around not being too prescriptive on what defines an EJ community, and the metrics being used as being extremely valuable, and the thought around an effort to allow maximum flexibility as to whether the program rules could have consideration of creating an initial pre-application or letter of intent, kind of like how OEM handles hazard mitigation grants, and if that would allow the community to describe their project with some simple narrative to identify if their project is viable early before completing a full application. And Brandy responded to that with some stuff that she's heard about from local and state governments, that pre-application concept papers that receive preliminary review and where interested responses are appreciated. Also, just a note that Oriana had to drop off. So that's the chat.
All right, thanks for bringing us up to speed on that. I lost the thread a little bit on the chat, just in the being sidetracked on some of the discussion topics. So thanks for that. And it sounds like we're getting some really good content, and happy to have those voices coming through in the chat. So I think that we've got this one well discussed at this point. And you know, if we get to drafting rules and we get hung up, it may be that we are reaching out to folks for some clarification and working at this kind of development of some of these concepts. between our formal meetings. I think we already mentioned that, but it may be that we find we are going to try to leverage some of your brain power in between meetings as well. So Brandy, I see you have your hand up.
Thanks, Rob. I don't know if we're going to cover this more in energy resilience, but one thing I don't think we've covered here when we're talking about right, the parts of disadvantaged communities, EJ, is some of it's defined in legislation, but the other factors that one DOE is looking at is just when you think about air quality. So if you've been previously in places where there's more fossil fuel emissions, I don't know if that's types of overlays that could maybe when you're looking at certain communities or certain census tract, whatever data you have, but if you have information around the air quality zones, that might be another factor that I think it was Alex who commented on having that matrix where, again, it's not going to weigh an entire application, but it's something that just, it's a criteria that's weighed into the factor. And then I think the legislation allowed for electric vehicles. That would just be one other thought is, you know, that could also get into air quality. And I know with some of the Northeast states, they were looking at electric buses for school children, right? Because all kids stand at the corner and they're all breathing in diesel exhaust. So just kind of thinking a little bit about the technology there, but there might be some other data sets that could help feed into the community that are impacted in that conversation.
Yeah, those are all good points. I think that the air quality piece that's one of the components within EJ Screen, I believe, where you can kind of do an overlay on a map to identify areas with poor air quality. And so maybe within some of the tools that are being used, we can get at metrics like that. And certainly looking at some of the kind of companion technologies to some of these projects like charging stations and EVs. You can certainly imagine a project that may include solar, but may also include an electric vehicle that is available to community members as bringing a whole lot of value to some folks where transportation is an issue. And so I think recognizing that EJ communities have a whole host of challenges that could be addressed by these projects beyond just having a cash flow created by a project or some resilience benefits in the event of a power outage. Trying to find those other benefits is a great way to think about these projects. So just doing a time check. It looks like we are our public comment period begins at 4:30. So I think we will, just reading a couple comments here. I think, you know, having the opportunity to share comments with in writing after this meeting is certainly something that everyone is welcome to do. And I know we talked about a platform early on, but in the short term, just having an email thread would be fine. So did I get it? I don't know, Ruchi, if you have anything you want to chime in with before we move on to the next group of questions.
No, I think that's great. And we'll see how much public comment is. People are sort of asking questions along the way too, but want to make sure that if people are tuning in at 4:30 that we set aside some time to pause for that. But we could also use that time if there aren't questions to continue this discussion as well. So just putting some thoughts out there in terms of if we want to continue this conversation in other ways with these really good questions and conversation.
Yep. Thanks for keeping us on track. And I'm gonna I think we've maybe kind of already hit this one. Are there other grant programs in Oregon or in other states that seek to benefit EJ communities that can be used as a model? No, we've tackled some of this. I see Brandy.
I apologize. I'm on the East Coast. It's later today. I just keep forgetting to put my hand down.
Well, thanks for sticking with us. This is a late one for you, so yeah, thanks for sticking with us. Phil.
I haven't looked at this stuff in a number of years, but back in the day, there was a lot of good federal programming, federal grant programming, for EJ purposes that I'm wondering, that stuff has probably advanced their sophistication in working with EJ communities, and I'm wondering if there's stuff that could be tiered down to a state level.
Yeah, that's a good point, and there's probably others that are a lot more familiar with some of those federal programs than I personally am, but anything we can steal or borrow that is useful, we definitely would like to do that. All right. So if there are no additional questions or discussion on our equity questions, I think we can move into the energy resilience questions. And we put these questions in kind of the order that we really felt we needed immediate committee attention for them. So if we don't get to our final group of questions, we put those that were maybe a little more straightforward at the end. And so we can certainly invite people to provide comments by email or some other format if we can work it out. But thanks for that really productive discussion on the equity metrics. And I think we've got a lot of good content there. So changing gears, House Bill 2021 provides the first program in Oregon specifically targeted to community energy resilience. The bill requires that 50% or more of the grants are to be awarded to community energy resilience projects. The bill defines these projects as renewable energy systems that support the energy resilience of structures or facilities that are essential to the public welfare. Additionally, energy resilience projects are to receive priority scoring under a competitive review process. ODA will need to evaluate projects to determine energy resilience benefits and ultimately to distinguish between projects in the competitive review phase to try to advance those projects that have the greatest energy resilience benefits. So with that preamble, first question, are there existing designations of structures or facilities essential to public welfare that ODO could consider adopting or modifying for purposes of this program? For example, some existing designations that staff has researched include those identified by FEMA and Oregon Office of Emergency Management. All right, Les.
Yeah, it seems like the critical facilities designation in hazard mitigation plans might be a good place to start. And I know that's already mentioned a bit, but as we were developing our potential microgrid projects and looking at resilience, we spent a lot of time looking at those critical facilities and critical infrastructure.
Yeah, okay. That does seem like it provides a very clear demonstration that is, again, in that category of kind of work that was already done that can be leveraged in these grant applications. So that seems like a good one. Any other thoughts on this question of critical infrastructure? For structures and facilities, Alessandra?
Yeah, thank you, Rob. I just wanted to mention how I think the existing structures should be places where people trust and feel comfortable as well. And I do think that they should be in cahoots with like emergency planning. And also that we have heard a lot from folks in our community that we don't want these structures to be in police departments or other types of enforcement agencies where folks could be, where some folks might not feel comfortable. So just wanted to make sure that was in consideration.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, that you can see how picking the right facilities within communities is something we certainly want to do, and we want to. Yeah, that's a good point. Any other thoughts on facility or structure designations that would kind of get to this piece of priority scoring within the review? I see a chat with the FEMA framework. And so I think that there's we have some staff, myself not included, that is quite familiar with this community level planning supported, with these FEMA plans, that I think we can leverage those. All right. And Alessandra, I see your hand is, oh wait, no, Les's hand is up, and is your hand still up for a follow-up question, Alessandra, or? Okay. If there's a follow-up, Alessandra, go ahead, and if your hand was just up, then.
I just lowered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. And Les, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I kind of think of this somewhat in the same way that when we were talking about communities and defining communities. We ran into this as we were looking at, as we were doing our natural hazard mitigation planning, and then we've been doing some tabletop drills for public safety power shutoff and some other potential natural disasters. And you need to be able to have some flexibility in what you're defining as critical infrastructure. So I think communities have to think long and hard about what they need in the event of a disaster, and how different communities access those locations. So, things like refrigeration at a grocery store becomes very important in making sure that you have that spread out throughout a community. Same with gas stations and access to fuel and community centers. And so it's hard to get a hard and fast rule, because every community is going to have a little bit different need in terms of meeting the needs of their entire community.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, and that's come up in a few other things that I was looking through recently. Some studies that were done, I think it was in Kentucky, where they came up with some critical facilities like grocery stores that don't necessarily pop onto the kind of the top of your list when you're thinking about critical infrastructure, but things that certainly support the resiliency of a community in a disaster. So that's a good point, that keeping it open for communities to demonstrate value to some of these less traditional infrastructure or structures, facilities is something we need to do. The next question is very much related. To what extent should ODO's rules prioritize projects that demonstrate alignment with a FEMA-approved natural hazard mitigation plan? And I don't know how, if every community has automatically done one of these plans, or if this is those that have the capacity to do it, and it's not every city and town. So sorry, here we go. I think that we have, I'm trying to figure out how to access some of the, I saw that there was a comment that Jenny Hall has her hand up, and I'm not sure how to get her off of mute.
I think Linda could help you with that. if you just kind of call on her and then signal Linda to do that.
Yeah, Linda, if you could get Jenny off of mute, we would love to have Jenny chime in here.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. I don't want to step on OEM talking, say, if you want to talk about hazard mitigation planning process, Stan. I have my hand up for a minute, but I don't want to jump in front of you.
I was trying to figure out how to raise my hand, so I apologize for that.
No worries.
So most communities have hazard mitigation plans, and if they are going to apply for hazard mitigation funds, they must have one. It's a pre-requirement. We can provide information if there's a want to align with approved hazard mitigation plans, and we're also very close to just releasing a dashboard so people can look not only where hazard mitigation plans are approved or in process or being renewed, but also where hazard mitigation dollars have gone, and kind of the equity across the state. So I think there should be some level of engagement in comparison to that. And it's something that OEM can definitely work with ODOE to navigate through that.
Great. And Jenny, if you have some additional content, but yeah, thanks Stan for that. And I think we will definitely want to take you up on that.
Yeah, I guess just building off of what Stan was saying, the benefit of aligning the definition of resilience and critical facilities here with the hazard mitigation planning process is that those hazard mitigation plans required community engagement in order to be pulled together. And so there's already been some community engagement around what the community's needs are and what facilities should be prioritized and what actions should be taken. And so that is an opportunity to kind of leverage some community outreach that's already occurred. And as part of that process, you have a little bit more of an expectation that the facility is planning is part of the kind of emergency management infrastructure. Which would probably be good to avoid is creating some sort of a parallel definition process or parallel kind of emergency management schema. So we wouldn't want to do that. That being said, making a hazard mitigation plan a requirement, unfortunately, not all Oregon communities do have their hazard mitigation plans up to date. That's certainly something that is worth working with the communities on to fix, but it would be, you don't want to, I guess, create that same requirement so that the communities can't access FEMA funds and they also can't access this grant funding.
Thanks for that, Jenny. So that makes sense that it's not a prerequisite, but it perhaps lends itself in a scoring matrix, and it should be recognized as having value for those communities that have put together those plans and are organized. I see that Phil, you have your hand up, and I think we are also looking at maybe a comment from Stan, but go ahead, Phil, while we work out the comment.
I guess I wanted to ask, to go back to unpacking the word resilience a little bit more. And I mean, this question makes me ask the question, do we think resilience is resilience to natural hazards, or do we think resilience is resilience to a broader array of potential stressors on our communities? I mean, you think about like rolling blackouts that are caused by, that they're not necessarily driven by natural hazards. They are driven by the way that our grid is set up and the way that people use and share energy and the way the energy markets work. So I hate to bring this up, but like terrorism. I mean, terrorism could potentially target our energy infrastructure. So are we thinking that we need to be resilient to stressors like that, or are we really thinking that resilience is about, oh, there was a Cascadia event earthquake, or there was a fire, or there was a, tsunami or something like that?
Yeah, that's a good point. That there's hazards beyond those that are the traditional kind of natural disaster or natural hazards. So I know I personally don't have an immediate response to that, but it's a good thought. Stan, did you have additional comments you wanted to share?
No, I covered it. Thanks to Jenny raising my hand for me.
All right. And I see, Jenny, your hand is up. Did you have a follow-up?
No, just slow on the takedown. Thank
All
you, though,
right.
Rob.
Okay, well, we're down to 4 minutes before our public comment period officially starts. And so I think I will just jump right to the next question. What specific resilience metrics could be included in program rules to enable differentiation between applicants? For example, some resilience metrics that staff have researched include criticality of the facility or structure, population served, number of people served, and location in a high-risk area. So we're really looking for those components that can be demonstrated that will let one application score above another because it's demonstrating these specific resilience metrics. So going back here, let's see, I see Mark and Jenny, so maybe we'll go in that order.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. And my comment actually isn't on this question at all, but since we're running out of time, I wanted to make it because I think it's something to consider. Near the beginning, you talked about your process for the planning grants or whatever you call them, and then the actual implementation projects. And you showed the money going out at the very end of the project. And I just wonder if that's not going to be problematic for some, particularly smaller communities, because I read that to mean they have to front the money for the project and then get paid back later. And so I don't know if you have any flexibility there. What we do, because I work mostly with baby companies that are always strapped for cash, so we give out about half the grant first, and then we do tracking of their performance along the way, and then dole out the rest of the money at points later in the project. So just something to think about.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And we might actually try to work with you and Business Oregon to see just how you do that, because the bill does allow for 30% of grant funds to be paid upon entering into a performance agreement. And that is for construction projects only, which are presumably the larger, more expensive projects. So the bill does allow for a prepayment of 30%, and studying kind of the safeguards that you use would be really helpful for us as we develop that in rule.
Sure, I'm happy to help with that however I can.
On my list, Jenny has disappeared, but her hand was up. I don't know if there was any follow-up with Jenny or not.
I think that was still left over.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No problem. And we're at 4:29, so I'm just going to scroll through the questions, and we won't do answers right now, but just as a reminder of what we've asked in that question document that we sent out. If you have thoughts and you want to chime in on some of these, please do. The quickest and easiest immediate way to do that would be just to send an email to me or Ruchi or both with your thoughts, or Wendy Simons, who's our rules coordinator, but I know everyone has mine and Ruchi's email from setting up these meetings. So feel free to chime in with written responses. Question, should Odo establish minimum criteria to qualify a project as a resilience project? For example, some minimum criteria include critical infrastructure to be powered, whether a structure or facility could be expected to survive a natural disaster or other resilience events. That gets us to the final group of questions, which is around additional funding priorities. These are the other items in that list of A through G in section 10 of section 30 that tell us where to have priorities for scoring. One of the priorities is to demonstrate significant prior investments in energy efficiency measures at the project location, or will result in aggregate improvements to demand response capabilities. So that kind of, there's some questions about what constitutes a significant prior investment. Should Odo establish a minimum ratio of project funds to be awarded to qualifying contractors? And this relates to two priorities that appear in that list. One is project constructed in part by disadvantaged businesses, enterprises, emerging small businesses, or businesses that are owned by minorities, women, or disabled veterans. And then related, section E in that list is include inclusive hiring and promotion policies for workers on the projects. So I just wanted to get through those questions. I know we're into the public comment period now, so we will open that up. And if you have any thoughts, please reach out to me or Ruchi or other Odo staff, and we will continue to work on this. So thank you all very much for taking a hard 4.5 hours of your day into this. Well, 3.5 hours, I guess now, and going on 4 hours. So thank you. I don't know, Ruchi, do you have any follow-up you want to?
Yeah, I think that we added the public comment period in case there were members of the public who didn't want to be on the line for the whole time and had some thoughts they wanted to share. So we might just pause for a moment, but if there aren't any, and I know people have been raising hands and chatting all throughout, which has been really great and helpful. I think that if there aren't any, we can keep the line open and continue to go through these questions. I also wanted to mention with the earlier suggestion of potentially having a platform, we did do some quick check-ins with our IT staff, and we might have some instructions for something like that early next week. So you're always welcome to email Odo staff, but we might be able to pull together a platform as was suggested earlier. So stay tuned for that. It might be an easier way to sort of provide some written feedback on these questions or other information so that everybody can kind of see it at once instead of being over email. So I think that was to Jenny's question on deadline. I think we can add some information on what would be helpful in terms of hearing input in that in some instructions early next week. There will likely be a deadline because of some of the requirements with rulemaking in terms of the earlier slide that Rob had in getting applications for grants started in March and working backwards from there. So we can share a little bit more information about that and where, if there are deadlines, where that's kind of coming from. See if there's any sort of other process questions here.
There was one other thing that I was just thinking about, and that was that agenda item where we wanted to discuss the next meeting. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but just to get that in the discussion.
But maybe I'll just first prompt to see if there's anyone else from members of the public that may have just recently joined or have been listening all along. If you had any comments or questions, kind of have a moment of awkward silence for that to see if there's any questions for Odo staff or the advisory committee from the public. Well, Rob, I think that we can keep the line open for hand raising from the public or through the chat, and Odo staff will keep an eye out to see if there's any of those questions. Otherwise, you may want to use the time for that next meeting scheduling question, as well as some of these other resilience questions that you haven't gotten to with the group yet.
All right. Yeah, if there's if you see comments come in from the public list, definitely feel free to interrupt. I think as a mental break, maybe we'll talk about the meeting instead of the questions, because I know we've been pretty hard at it with the content. So we would like to have a meeting in sometime around the middle of November, maybe second or third week. And at that meeting, we hope to have some sections of rules that we can put together and get direct feedback on rule language. And so rather than have everybody kind of open their calendars and start bantering about a date and time, I think that maybe if you have any kind of blackout dates in the second or third week of November, please share them with us either in the chat or by email, and we'll try to avoid those. And we may do it similar to how we did this meeting, where we propose a small number of potential times. We don't want to have a really unruly doodle poll, but maybe we will throw out 2 or 3 dates and share it with the group and see if we can pick a date with the maximum number. I see also that we maybe have a comment from Dan Orzek. Is that right? Let's see. I'm not sure if I've unmuted Dan or not. Dan, can you try? Oh, wait, no, I haven't done it. I wonder, Linda, maybe if you could help us get Dan unmuted. Not sure if we are able to get Dan off of mute or not. Dan Orzek in the attendee list. Thanks for chiming in the chat here with about the schedule. I see 1 vote for shorter meetings, and that seems right now like a nice idea at the end of this one, and a few dates to avoid. So thanks for sharing that. I don't know if we're having technical issues getting Dan off of mute.
It looks like Linda might be having some audio trouble, but it sounds like she was working on unmuting Dan. Dan, are you able to if you're talking. I guess we can't hear you, but are you there? Sorry about that. Well, I'll try to chat Dan and see if I can get what his question or comment was and relay it to the group here.
All right. I don't know if that represents a problem with our ability to unmute the attendees, or maybe if it's just a problem with Dan's specific connection, but I don't see any other hands up, so. All right, so we're going to see if we can get Dan to share his comment just in the chat. So hopefully that works. And in the meantime, if there are any final things that our committee members would like to share, since we're not really swamped with public comments as we're trying to work out our technical issue. If you have anything, feel free to chime in. Okay, so I see the comment from Dan. I was going to offer some more thoughts on community from the co-op's perspective, but I'll do it later. So we may get some follow-up from Dan on the kind of the co-op model that he is very familiar with. So I don't know, Ruchi, if you think we should plow on with some content or just sit and wait for public comment until 5 and let our committee off the hook with a little time back.
I think that makes sense, especially because we're having some issues with the sort of unmuting of the public. So apologies for that, and we'll try to keep working through the chat. But Rob, I think plowing ahead would be great in using the time that we have. Thank you.
Plowing ahead with some content with the committee?
Yeah.
All right, so we were kind of focusing on this discussion around resilience metrics, and in a similar way to the discussion with equity, it's really about trying to get to specific items that we can put in rule that enable us to differentiate projects in the scoring part of the program to make sure that we've got these funds going to the right projects. And I think we made some good headway on recognizing the value of these hazard mitigation plans that are done through FEMA, and that those offer us the ability to find some projects that have already been well thought out by the community and well vetted with community members, but they may not represent the whole world of projects that are good resilience projects, maybe especially in some of the smaller communities that maybe haven't completed or updated recently their hazard mitigation plans. So if there's some way to handle that within rules to recognize the value of these hazard mitigation plans, but not have them as a prerequisite. I think that's probably the direction we're going based on that feedback. Any thoughts on that?
Let me jump in here real quick on this particular slide where we talk about population served. I can only say that one of the challenges that we face is with hazard mitigation and other grant programs is if we put a heavy weight on population served, it typically draws to the Valley area, Eugene to Portland, and creates somewhat of an equity for smaller underserved communities being able to access some of those funds. And that's part of the reason we're in the process kind of revamping and relooking about how we look at assessing letters of intent to make sure that smaller communities, especially underserved communities, access to the same money as larger communities that have more resources to put really grants together and to do that work. So just something to have an eye on as we move forward.
Yeah, that's a good point. And this program has a clear direction to really reach into the small rural communities. And so I think that's a really good point. And Jenny, I see you have your hand up. So if we can get Jenny off mute, I'm not sure if I can do that or not. Linda, can you get Jenny off mute?
I think I figured it out.
There we go. All right.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I definitely agree with what Stan's saying about focusing on volume of population drive you to urban centers. This might be an opportunity to lean on some of the equity metrics that the committee is considering, kind of in the first half of the questions, because there may be an opportunity to identify sites that serve more vulnerable populations or more underserved populations, and have that be part of your criteria, part of the scoring.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I see Les, and then Shannon.
Yeah, I would agree with Jenny. I think that looking at diversity of population served, but also diversity of uses. So, there's quite often facilities or infrastructure that serves not only homes and shelters, but also businesses that can keep an economy rolling, which, can quite often help to bolster particularly economically disadvantaged communities who can be particularly hurt in the event of a long-term power outage or other infrastructure failure in a natural disaster. So I just think it's important to look at a plethora of different things that are served by a piece of infrastructure.
Yeah. All right. So that reinforces Jenny's thoughts. So yeah, that's a good point. Shannon.
Another one is that, we think about the location of a high risk area and also the accessibility. Sometimes we have these little teeny tiny towers. It's this little town, literally in the middle of nowhere, and the closest sheriff or any kind of support is like 35 miles away through a very windy road. But that remoteness, and that makes me think of U.S. Department of Defense. They have their ETIP program, which they haven't rolled out for the Pacific Northwest, but they're supposed to be this month. And that specifically will be for someone to be identifying island and islanded, and we're talking about energy islanded communities. So that's another resource for this program to provide outreach through whoever is selected to be that partner with U.S. Department of Energy in Oregon.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, we don't want criteria that lead us away from these small and very vulnerable communities by looking at some of these things. So maybe Brandy will be able to help us with that piece for how US DOE is looking at that. Thanks, Shannon. I don't know if gonna check back with our public list here. I don't see any hands up. No, I will. Let's see what we have here in our next. For this last question around resilience projects, should ODO establish minimum criteria to qualify a project as a resilience project? For example, some minimum criteria. Oh yeah, we actually, well, we touched on this with the quick overview, but critical infrastructure to be powered and whether the structure or facility could be expected to survive a natural disaster or other resilience events. Any thoughts on this one? One comment I heard just internally on this kind of survivability of structures is one, obviously it's really important that we try to get facilities that are kind of hardened to begin with. But if you look all along the coast, there's, if we do end up with a tsunami, it's likely going to knock out some infrastructure, but 50 or 100 miles up the coast, there may be a hospital in a tsunami zone that then becomes really important. And that it's the entire region, kind of bringing value to the entire region is also important, even if some projects may be in something like a tsunami zone, that they may still play a critical role in recovery for other parts of the region that may be hit. So I heard that from one of our internal staff. Shannon, do you have another comment, or is that just your hand still up? Sorry.
Sorry, that's just my hand still up. But you
No,
bring up a good point. I'm just thinking about out here, for example, our biggest hospital is in Coos Bay, but it's in the tsunami zone. So that's not necessarily the primary target. You want to look outside the tsunami zone. And then to what level has the seismic, to what level is the design around seismic? Is it actually something that is designed so that folks can inhibit and be inside afterwards? So it's, I can see the need for some minimum criteria, and it will be interesting to kind of puzzle through how to navigate that. That's not much help. Sorry.
Well, give it some thought. Maybe something will occur, in a day or two for how that can be tackled at kind of the rule level. And obviously we don't want to exclude facilities that could be really critical and valuable, but we also don't want to dump a bunch of money into facilities that are lost by the very disasters that knock out the power. So yeah, it's one we want to think about, and it's another one of those where we may come up with value and points in the scoring process, but not full on exclusion of projects at that kind of prerequisite level, like we talked about with the FEMA plans, that maybe that's the way to address it, where it's an opportunity for some projects just to shine by being located and hardened in such a way that they remain valuable in a lot of scenarios. taking a pass through here. All right, let's see what we have here. I don't think I want to jump into these additional funding priorities with 5 minutes left. And like I said earlier on, that we did kind of put these questions in order of our need from this group. And so if there are any other thoughts that people want to share on kind of this resiliency piece, resilience criteria and how we may apply those, now's the time, and think on it. If you have other thoughts, by all means share them with us, and like Ruchi said, we'll be working on putting together a platform where maybe we could do that in some other format other than email. So I think with 4 minutes left, I would just like to thank everybody for a very content-rich meeting and many hours of talking about difficult topics. And maybe, yeah, just thank you for doing this. And maybe I'll kick it over to Ruchi to wrap us up.
Yeah, sure. Happy to just reiterate my thanks and appreciate the discussion and going back to those community agreements. Thanks for speaking up if we weren't catching your comments or there were some technical issues. We're still working through that and appreciate your feedback and making the process better. I think that we'll have sort of some communication with instructions for some next steps, and that may involve taking a look at the chat and dates to avoid and thinking about a maybe doodle poll for the next meeting that would help to accommodate your schedules, and thinking about some materials to put together. This has been really helpful, and just want to reiterate my thanks. I think you had a slide for next steps, maybe Rob, that might jog any other things you wanted to mention. Yeah, I think we got it. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate you spending this entire afternoon with us. Stay tuned for some email communication.
Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. We are nearing the end of our public comment period as well, and I see we still have a few folks that joined us as attendees, and so thank you for taking the time to join us for these meetings as well. And I know we had some minor technical issues, but certainly appreciate folks taking time to go through these meetings. And I think we are to the point now where we will close this down, and we will have many more opportunities in the future for public comments, both with our meetings with the